probiotics today. A term that a lot of people have heard, but it doesn't really register. Well, the term antibiotic does, which is anti-life, and we're talking about pro-life here. And we all know that we are what we eat. We talk about this on the program all the time.
A lot of folks don't make that connection, antibiotics, probiotics, okay? I just wanted to underline that because that's like an aha for a lot of folks.
Yeah, it is. But if you are what you eat and you're not eating sour cream and you're not eating, and I'm talking about cultured sour cream that you make, cheese that you make, kefir, yogurt, sauerkraut, or kimchi, miso, then you are not getting the kinds of things that God said you need to have to digest all the bad stuff in the body. And the effect of that is that it will normalize the intestinal tract. It suppresses the growth of the bad bacteria and the putrefactive bacteria. There is a book called Health Benefits of Probiotics, and you can get it free if you order Living Streams Probiotics. Now, this is a different kind of product, and we're going to talk about this in just a second after we talk about the prophylactic or preventative use of antibiotics in children and adults. But it's available at the Power Hour now. That's what Dave and I are taking, Living Streams Probiotic. And you can get it in a 2-ounce, a 4-ounce, or 8-ounce spray. Now, that's kind of unique, a probiotic spray. Yes, it needs to be kept in the refrigerator, and we're going to talk about that. But when you order either the 2, 4, or 8-ounce, you are going to get the book free at no charge by Dr. Beth Lay on the health benefits of probiotics. And I know Dave had an aha experience yesterday. He was reading this, and he said, whoa, this is why I need this. I said, yeah, well, you got to read it to find out if it relates to you. So you can call 877-817-9829, and when you purchase Living Streams Probiotic, you get the book at no charge, 877-817-9829. Our guest today is Wayne Blakely of Living Streams, and he helps us understand the importance of not only the probiotic, but why this spray probiotic is different. But before we get to that, Wayne, the subject of preventative use of antibiotics, what is this doing to people over a period of time when they prophylactically or preventatively try to give antibiotics, sometimes on a monthly basis to women so they won't get a kidney infection?
It's very detrimental to the body. It's continually killing off the probiotics, even the good probiotics you're putting into your body. So you're constantly going downhill, and your body is just literally clogging up with putrid material. It's very detrimental to the body.
Would that not make you really receptive for any disease that comes along then?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the probiotics are the first defense of your body. The second defense is your own body and antibodies. But the first defense is the probiotics. They literally kill every pathogen in their path when they're there. Now, it's like a huge army back and forth. If you have a huge army, you're putting probiotics in your system, and you have a huge army waiting for it to come into your body. It's going to wipe out the probiotics. You have to overwhelm them. You have to overwhelm them to kill them. Otherwise, and then allow, basically antibodies clean. Remember I talked about it cleans the sweet, cleans that digestive tract clean of good probiotics and pathogens too. And then that area is nice and clean. It's like a forest that's been completely cut down, and you go in and reseed it. That's exactly what it is when you take antibiotics.
Mm-hmm. And
it cleans it out, and then it allows all the pathogens that you're constantly intaking every day to go in there and repopulate your digestive tract.
Now, there's a unique concept which got my attention when I found out, when Marie told me about a spray probiotic. I said, wait a minute, what is that all about? And she said, Joyce, you have got to look at this information. So I did. And I want to address that with respect to a spray probiotic. But so, I mean, how did this possibly come into being that there was the idea of putting it in your mouth and spraying it as opposed to taking it and swallowing it?
Right. You can read every book that's been produced, and they'll all tell you that a liquid probiotic is the best way to introduce probiotics into your system. But they also say that it has to be kept in the refrigerator. By the way, this product does not have to be kept in the refrigerator.
Oh, it doesn't?
No, it does not. You can keep it on the shelf for months. The reason we ask to keep it in the refrigerator is for the flavor, because it's a cheese microbe, and the flavor will stay better.
Oh, okay. So it's basically for flavor, but not for preservation. Okay.
No, it's not.
Okay, we're going to be right back. We got is Wayne Blakely, who has helped create this most unusual probiotic. And this is not, you've done some studies on this, have you not, Wayne?
Yes, years of studies.
Let's talk about the studies that have been done on this and what it shows.
There one study a company did in 2005 through Nova Labs in Texas, where they tested the probiotic against the New Orleans floodwater when they had the floods down there. And that water was 45,000 times more pathogenic than lake water. It was concentrated sewage. And they applied that they put it up against my product, and it killed, in 5 minutes, it killed 99.993% of all the pathogens in the water.
Now, this is incredible. I want you to repeat that, because that is more than I can comprehend, really. Walk me through that again.
Okay, the sewage water in New Orleans at Katrina, they tested it against that water, and it was 45,000 times more pathogenic than lake water. Mm-hmm. And they put it up. They did a standard test. The standard test was the method 960.09C, which is a standard lab test, and it killed 99.993% of all the pathogens in the water. And the doctor that did the test, Dr. Pierce, said it was better than any other kind of chemical he'd ever used, and it did it naturally. This is a product that you can drink, or put in your eye, or put in your ear.
Okay, let's just translate that back to, if it will do that to water, what it will do to our gut and the bad putrefaction or the bad bacteria in our gut.
Well, this product is considered a whole food. It's complete, and it will support the body in a way to allow it to eliminate all this bad putrid material in your body. It's very, very, the pathogen can't live in it. That's why you can keep it on the shelf. I was about to say that most people, when they talk about liquid probiotics, this is the best way to have it, but it gets putrid on the shelf because it has to be kept cool. Well, this product you don't have to have because pathogens cannot live in it. Pathogens is what causes things to go bad, like sour milk, bad milk, meat. It's the pathogens that cause that to go putrid. Mm-hmm. It's impossible for them to get into the solution and survive. So this is why it can stay on the shelf. And this is completely homeostasis for us. It supports the body. It's food. It tremendous amount of energy comes out of this product into your body.
So Living Streams is different in that it is a liquid and you spray it in your mouth. Now, how do we use this? Let's say I'm taking antibiotics, okay, and really, really am destroying the good bacteria. How would I take this on a daily basis?
Well, you'd start out. All Americans, I would start out. I talk about just Americans start out with drops a day, 1 or 2 drops a day, for 3 or 4 days, and you let your body acclimate to itself, because the Americans, because this actually does a real good liver flush on the liver and pancreas. And it also helps flush the kidneys and the bladder. So you want to start out very slowly, because we're full of toxins. Americans are full of toxins. They're full of candida. 75% of the population has candida. And so you want to go really slow at it, because it does a cleansing reaction. It cleans the system out. And when these things fall out of your body, it gets into your digestive tract, and it gets into the bloodstream. So you want to go real slow at it and cleanse your body. And then after a week, you want to up your dose, slowly up your dose to several sprays a day. And you want to go through a cleansing area. It takes about 3 months to cleanse your body. Then you go back to a maintenance dose. 3 months on this product on high doses. Then you go back to a maintenance dose, which is 1 or 2 sprays a day.
Now, you say you start out with what, 1, 2, or 3 sprays?
1 spray is 7 drops.
Oh, really?
Yes, 1 spray. So you want to start out real slow, but start out with just maybe a partial spray or just a small amount of product.
That little amount?
Right. I've had people that are loaded with candida and loaded with toxins in their liver, just 1 spray a day or half a spray a day for several weeks before they can up their dose, because it does such a cleansing reaction to the body. It cleans the body. It really does. Now, a healthy person that's fairly healthy can just do start out with 1, 2, 3, 4 sprays a day. It doesn't bother them at all. It just helps support. They feel better and better every day. But somebody that is toxic, because it really cleans the liver, does a good job cleaning the liver. We had this tested in New York, up in a clinic up there, and 4 drops of this helped flush this lady's liver in 2 hours, 25% higher than I'd ever seen any other product do. So it does flush the liver very well. It's a very good flush.
This would be something that you'd want to use in addition, and boy, this would be a great one to be able to travel with and to use as.
Right.
Oh,
absolutely. Going to Mexico or South America, you want to have this with you because, I mean, this really helps on the food poisoning thing. Now, this stuff is transdermal too. Now, you can also spray this on your arm. You can get it the same way. Now, this will bypass the digestive tract. It soaks right into the bloodstream if you spray it on your arm. So it's really, really good, and it's just a support. It's very, very good support. There's a lot of things that I can't say about it that it does, but one thing I know for sure, we've been selling this product for over a year, and we have had one person ask for their money back.
Whoa.
You know what that means.
Oh, that's incredible.
Not one person.
Well, I get to tell the listeners that I did my little test with my cats. And the dogs, and I put in the bowl about, 5 or 6 drops of this in the bowl of water, small bowl of water, and watched them. And I was telling Dave, I said, look at that bowl of water. It is always empty.
It was. I'd never seen that before.
Yeah.
Right. Dogs and animals know instinctively this is good. Now, we had a guy in Mexico that was giving this to hogs, and it's a different product, but it's real similar. He was spraying the hogs, and the way they raise hogs in Mexico is they have a concrete bed for them, actually a bed, and they drop the food and they bring it and pour it in a line on the concrete. Well, he was taking the probiotics and he was spraying it on the food, and the hogs were following him. I mean, there was 400 hogs, and you imagine 400 hogs trying to get to him. He was spraying in one of these backpacks, and they were following him all over the place because they instinctively know this is good for them. Okay,
now wait a minute. Why would something similar to this be put in a backpack?
Because he had a spray. He was spraying the food as the guy was pouring it down. He wasn't pre-mixing the food like I told him to. So he was putting it in a backpack, a spray, one of these backpack sprays.
Yeah.
2-gallon sprayers, and he was spraying the food as he was going down, and the hogs were following him.
Okay, but what would be the indications for that? What was he trying to accomplish by spraying that?
Well, he was applying probiotics to as a test for the hogs to see how it would help the hogs.
The digestion of the hogs?
Digestion. We work in other areas in animal health and doing this the same way we do with humans.
Oh, this is interesting.
Yeah, we have animal products.
I love this. This is fascinating.
And we can take chickens and we can give it to chickens, and within a week or two, the salmonella's gone out of their body. The body supports it that way.
Whoa!
And also we can take its fecal matter. The smell of fecal matter just almost completely disappears.
Wait a minute. So you've got chickens. Somebody's got, even if they got 2 or 3 chickens there, or 10 chickens.
Or if you have birds in your bird cage that smell the house up, you can put it in their water and the smell goes away.
That's incredible, because it's killing the bad bacteria then.
Well, it helps break down the probiotics that I use. It eats the ammonia, breaks the ammonia down, makes nitrogen gas out of it. We have different products that do different things. So we have soil products too, but basically the animal stuff, the animals and humans, God told me that my people are dying for this. So this is why I'm basically, my basic company is going for helping the people.
And this is amazing. This is really amazing to hear this.
Yeah, this test that we run down in Nova Labs down there, he tested against Aspergillus niger. It killed it. It killed the one stuff that was really interesting. It really got to him was he tested it against here someplace E. coli. ATCC 11229, which is one of the most powerful E. coli on the planet.
Yeah, by the way, that's from the American Type Culture Collection, E. coli. That's what it means.
And it killed in 5 minutes. It killed 96.53% of it. And over 60 minutes, it got to 98.33% of it, killed it in 1 hour, and is very effective against E. coli. That was the most powerful stuff he had on his lab.
So this is sort of like a really best-kept secret that we need to get out to the American public to understand how to use this. Well, let me open up the phone lines because I know there are people that would like to ask questions about Living Stream's probiotic that can do that. That is amazing. That can take away the smell in a bird cage or chicken feed. I mean, or chicken takes salmonella. That is incredible. If you would like to ask a question of Wayne Blakely, the phone number is 800-259-9231, 800-259-9231 to talk to Wayne Blakely. And it is just an amazing item. I mean, just a few sprays a day is all you need. And like we said, it comes in the 2-ounce, the 4-ounce, and the 8-ounce bottle. And by the way, we also, Rose put on the kefir starter on sale for you also if you want to take advantage of the kefir starter, which is on sale for $22.75, and you can make some of your own good probiotics to eat. The phone number to get this and the free book when you order, you have to order one of those items to get the free book. It's called Health Benefits of Probiotics by Beth Lay, 877-817-9829, 877-817-9829. We'll open up the phone lines and let you be able to ask Wayne Blakely any questions about this because I see a whole lot more of a application for this than I would have ever imagined simply for humans.
Yes, there's a lot of applications. I mean, you can use it in any part of your body. It's like a perfect food.
Mm-hmm.
My brother in the hospital up in Liberty Hospital, right up here in Kansas City, Missouri. I mean, I take this stuff saved his life, and he was so much trouble. He was so much trouble in the hospital. He was on a tube, and he was drugged up, and he was dying. The nurse told me he was dying. I just sprayed it on his arm because I couldn't get it in his mouth, and I had to smuggle it into the hospital to do it. I put it on his arm, 5 sprays on it for 3 days, and then 5 days later he was coming back, got back, and he's out of the hospital working now.
Whoa! Now, what about topically used on, for any other reason?
Well, we've used it. It actually is really, really good astringent, which stops bleeding. We've had some tests done on that, and that works very well in open wounds. It also helps seal the wound better. When it's overnight, pretty much overnight, it'll seal it all the way to almost a paper cut, no matter how deep it is.
Whoa, let's go to Kenny in Wisconsin. This is exciting. I love hearing this stuff. Kenny in Wisconsin, you're on the air. Go ahead, please, with Wayne Blakely.
Well, good morning. Yeah, and thanks for taking my call. It's exciting. And let me tell you what, Joyce, you have a very good program. I've had always a good program regarding health issues. Now, I do a lot of computer research. And on one of the organic computer sites talking about Escherichia coli is that you think you can wash your lettuce off, and that removes the E. coli. What I found out, Joyce and Dr. Blakely, is that the plant uptakes the bacterium through the root system. So you can wash, but you're only going to get the surface. The rest of it is in the cellular matrix of the lettuce itself.
Right.
Okay.
That's absolutely true.
Okay, well, I didn't know if you knew that. I tuned in kind of late. Now, I have an Aeronizer here. I don't know if you're familiar with that or not.
No, I'm not.
Well, what it is, it's like an ozone generator, but it does not create the oxides of nitrogen.
Mm-hmm.
And another thing, regarding kefir, I think Joyce knows this. I have an certified organic dairy farmer down the road from me that I get raw whole milk once or twice a week, and I do make my own kefir from the non-pasteurized product. One of the women that get the milk from this fellow has cured her Crohn's disease with kefir.
Isn't that amazing? That's wonderful, Kenny.
Yeah, okay. Well, look, I'll just leave it at that, and I'll just skedaddle on out of here.
Thank you so much for the phone call. It makes me feel so good to hear this kind of information that you can go to what God gave us in the first place and use that. What about spraying this on your food? What all can you do? We have an ozone, called Nature Clean, an ozone machine that we put in the water of our food to try and kill all the bacteria, surface bacteria. But would it be a good thing to spray probiotic, Living Stream's probiotic on this?
Absolutely. I mean, if anybody out there has got acid reflux or a troubled stomach, I ask them to try this spray before they eat or put it on their food and eat, and you will be amazed. Absolutely amazed.
So you could spray your salad before you eat it.
Absolutely.
Whoa! To Albert in Kansas City. Albert, you're on the air with our guest today, Wayne Blakely. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, hi. Anytime you go to a health food store, the probiotics are always refrigerated. What's the difference with this that it doesn't have to be?
The reason this product doesn't have to be refrigerated is because the pathogens can't live in it. And also these specific probiotics that I have searched out and have processed, which I've trained, are tougher and stronger, and they can take a lot more punishment than the standard probiotics that you see on the market. And they readily die. The ones that are in the refrigerator have to be there to protect them, to slow their metabolism down. And they can get pathogens inside them. Actually, when they're packaged completely different. They're processed, where my product has no processing whatsoever. What you see is what you get. There's no filtration. It's total there. All the protection for the microbe is in the solution.
Okay, now have you tested these probiotics to make sure that nothing does grow after 2 weeks or
Absolutely. We get an ABC Research Lab. Every batch gets tested for pathogen levels, count levels.
Because I know this is a big issue. I mean, this is an unresolved issue to some people as to whether or not probiotics need to be refrigerated or not. And I just happen to keep mine in the refrigerator. You may or may not want to do that. He says to protect it from the taste perspective.
Right, because what it does, it just keeps, and when it's in the warm temperatures, it keeps processing what little food is left in there. And they are several of these microbes are cheese microbes, and they get more of a cheesy flavor the longer you keep them out in the warm temperature.
All right.
It doesn't hurt the effect of the product.
Okay. Thank you, Albert, for the phone call. Let's go to Janet in Illinois. Janet, you're on the air with Wayne Blakely. Go ahead, please.
Oh, yes. Good morning, Joyce. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I have, I guess, maybe an out-of-sorts question, but I have people in my family who are smokers. Would this help them in any way? And would it also help them to give up the habits?
That's a good question. I really can't say and comment about that at all. I just don't know.
We don't want to go too far over what we might think it might do.
Well,
but
because you know that with smoking, it does deplete the body of a whole lot. So that's why I thought maybe you had some kind of answer or research with that. Also with cleaning our vegetables. Now, if you clean them with the oregano, doesn't that also get into the root of the vegetable?
Now, we'll have to ask Dr. Cass Ingram that question because he'll be joining us this next hour. So we'll ask him that question. I'll write that down. But what if you were to use... Now, okay, what if you're taking, let's say, oil of oregano, Wayne? Thank you very much for the phone call, Janet. What if you're taking oil of oregano? Now, will that kill or interact? Do you want to take it spaced between other items that you're taking? I
would space it between. But let me say one thing about supplements in this product. When you take your supplements with this product, it enhances the supplements dramatically. It helps your body to assimilate them much more readily and completely.
Interesting. So you can actually spray it in your mouth within an hour or so of taking your other supplements. Right,
and it actually helps break down the supplements more efficiently in your body so you can assimilate them better.
Excellent. Well, I want to encourage all of you to get the Living Stream Probiotic. This is the liquid. It comes with a little sprayer. It's in the 2-ounce, 4-ounce, and 8-ounce. And if you order it today, this week, you're going to get the book free by Dr. Beth Lay, Health Benefits of Probiotics. Our guest today is Wayne Blakely. And we'll be back in 1 minute, 10 seconds. And to get yours, call 877-817-9829. We'll be right back with Charles and Bob and everybody else. Stay tuned. Back in 1 minute, 10 seconds. Eddie in Georgia. Eddie, you're on the air. Go ahead, please.
Oh, thank you very much. I listen to you people every day, and you know me anyway from Connecticut.
Oh, yes. Eddie from Connecticut, now in Georgia. Thank you.
Right. I went to the doctor for a checkup, and they gave me a reading, and he said my blood sugar was 208. My blood sugar was never 208. Mm-hmm. My blood sugar has been good. In fact, I can go 3 or 4 days without taking a pill.
Okay.
Because I didn't want to have to take a pill every day. Now, here's what I'm questioning. the probiotics. I think he gave me an antibiotic because he thought I had a kidney infection, and I had a real bad reaction to it. The moment I took it, my kidney started hurting like hell. And so I was wondering if this probiotic, if I do have one, if it can work into it and straighten it out. Or
well, this is a medical question that unfortunately we don't give any medical advice on this program, and I understand where you're coming from, Eddie. Let me just ask it this way to Wayne Blakely. Wayne, it wouldn't hurt him to use the probiotic, would it?
I highly recommend it for this problem.
Okay, highly recommended. And obviously there are some antibiotics, by the way, listeners, that will give you immediate kidney pain. I have been aware of that in the past from some of the patients. Thank you very much, Eddie, for the phone call. Let's go to Charles in Texas. We give no medical advice on this program. It is for your educational and entertainment purposes only. Go ahead, Charles. You're on with Wayne Blakely.
Thank you. I used to snort candida and the bacteria that eats yeast. Is it okay to snort this?
Yes, absolutely.
Now, why would somebody want to snort this?
Because it's just the digestive tract is actually connected to the nasal passages through the lymph nodes.
Oh, okay.
And the pathogens live in these areas, and also it helps support cleanses the toxins that gets into the system.
Okay, so that's not some unusual thing that Charles just likes to do then,
No, it's not unusual. He's smarter than the average person.
Well, this is why they're giving these vaccines to the preteen girls now for the cervical cancer. They showed clips of that, and basically it's a vaccine that goes right up the nose, squirt it right into the nasal cavity.
Right.
I was watching it this morning.
Let's go back to the callers. We've got Bob in St. Louis. You're on with Wayne Blakely. Go ahead, please, Bob.
Yeah, I just have three quick questions. Now, if someone's already taken probiotics, I've tried a number of them. What would be the advantage of trying this one as opposed to the ones that are out there?
Good question. Okay, well, let's answer that one first.
Okay. I've had people that have been taking probiotics for 30 years, and they've said this is so superior that they actually just quit taking other products.
Really?
Why? Oh, yes.
But why? Why would it be so superior?
That's another program all in itself, but it is a very powerful product. It is very soothing to the body. It's amazing results that you see with this product. Absolutely amazing. You will just, it has a money-back guarantee, and I recommend everybody try it, and they can always send it back, but nobody will.
Well, then, that's important, too, because we've only got like 3 products at the Power Hour that are fully money-back guaranteed. And I respect you for doing that. And listeners, you now know that it is money-back guaranteed, and that tells you something right there. But obviously, it must be in the proprietary manufacturing process that makes this different.
Yes, it's very, very concentrated on all the good things. Really can't go too much into that. It's probably another hour to talk about that, on what's in the product, because there's so many things that are in the product that help support the body, the liver, the pancreas, the whole body homeostasis.
Okay. All right, let me go to the second question, Bob.
The second question is it good for people who have gingivitis or periodontal disease?
Okay, mouth diseases.
That's one of the best things that it helps, and I can't tell you too much about how it does this, but you will be absolutely amazed within 3 or 4 days the results will be.
All right, now
one last thing.
Okay, and you swish this around. Wait a minute, hold on 1 second. You swish it around the mouth, then.
Yes, you
keep
can
it in the mouth.
Swish it in your mouth, or just put in water and drink the water. It'll work either way. Now you can brush your teeth with it, but I don't recommend doing it more than twice a week.
Brushing your teeth more than twice a week?
Just a drop on a toothbrush.
Okay, all right. And your third question, then, Bob?
Yeah, the most important one: will it grow hair?
No.
And take away facial wrinkles. Right.
It does soften the skin when you apply it to the skin because it's a food.
Hey, well, it's okay. I'll give it a shot.
All right. Thank you very much, Bob in St. Louis. Yeah, I thought he was going to ask about enhance his virility, too. Okay, let's go to Andrew in California. Andrew, you're on the air with Wayne Blakely. Go ahead, please.
Doctor, how does drinking kefir or taking probiotics compare to spraying probiotics as a delivery system?
Ooh, good question.
Everything is fairly equal. Spraying, you can put on your skin, you can add it to food. It pretty much works the same way. And you can always add it with other probiotics. It does not harm other lactic acid bacteria.
Okay, and how long do you have to take this stuff?
Well, I recommend taking it the rest of your life. But
as long as you want to live? Would that be an answer?
But you don't need to take it in any kind of large doses after 3 months. After 3 months, it pretty much cleans your whole system out, and you can take a lower dose of it. You don't have to take it every day. Once you get to that point, you take it once or twice a week.
Really?
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Andrew, for the phone call. Then let me ask the question. You've got children who don't want to take anything that might look like it comes from a bottle. Would you then want to spray it on all their food?
Kids, after they take a few doses, they crave it and they want it.
Really?
They ask for my son asked for, I want my microbes.
Okay.
And they create a craving for it. It's because their body knows more so than adults that they need this product.
Okay. What about temperature sensitivity? You wouldn't want to mix it in with hot food, would you?
No. Anything over 115 degrees it has a tendency to kill it, but it doesn't hurt the byproducts that are in the solution.
Okay, so it's not going to hurt anything, but you just don't want to. You'll lose your effectiveness, probably.
You lose your microbes, but you don't lose the solution has a lot of nutrients. At 116 degrees, your enzymes start dying.
Okay.
At 110 degrees, your microbes start dying. But the solution will not hurt the solution at all. The solution is a key element of survival of the microbes, and it's a high potency food.
Okay. So if temperature, you want to use it just like if you're eating a salad, spray it on your salad.
Right. Yes. One thing I want to make sure you're clear about this, don't have somebody prepare this with a salad ahead of time, like a day or two ahead of time, because it will digest the salad in your refrigerator.
You're kidding.
No, it's full of enzyme activity.
So you open up and your bowl is empty all of a sudden?
No, it's not empty. It just turns it's digested. So it works great on meat, preserving meat. We've done tests on meat. Very good on preserving meat.
It will preserve meat?
Yes.
It probably will enhance your manhood then also, won't it? I mean, we're getting into... This is incredible.
I have a guy in Texas that orders this stuff because he thinks that, one person, he orders it in huge bottles of it because he thinks it's an aphrodisiac.
Oh, really?
Yeah, only one guy now.
Okay, only one guy thinks that. All right. That's not...
It makes him feel better.
That won't be a research study right there.
No.
Okay. So if you're looking to use probiotics, this is not something that's just going to give you the good flora in the gut. I mean, it affects all the life forms in the body, it seems like.
Absolutely. The receptors in the cells readily absorb this right into the cell because it's pre-digested. It's pure food. It's already digested. And they put the food that I add to this all organic, all natural food when I grow these microbes, and what is there is like a pure food.
That is amazing. That is amazing. I'm just thinking about having liquid salad in my bowl now if I were to spray that on it.
Yes, it will. You can try it. You can do it.
You know I will. I will.
It will do it. But now it doesn't harm meat, and it doesn't harm live plants, only dead plants. You can put it on your plants. You can put it on anything that's alive. These things are very intelligent.
Mm-hmm.
You can spray it on your plants in your house, and it's just absolutely wonderful for plants.
Incredible. Spray it on your plants.
What's that?
Spray it on your plants.
Yeah, I do that all the time.
Okay.
It helps keep the bugs away, and it keeps the diseases off the plant, helps them metabolize their nutrients in the soil and things better.
I have a feeling we're going to have to talk about gardening perspectives.
I have another product for that.
We're going to have another program, aren't we? I can tell right now. All right, listeners, don't call and say, I want that. Nope. He did it, and he wasn't supposed to. No. We appreciate your joining us today. I want to thank you, Wayne, for all the good information you've given us.
Thank you.
And giving us this unique combination of items. And, I'm going to give Dave his salad in a liquid form now. This will be good. Yeah, right. Hey, Dave, here's your salad. Drink it up. Hey, thank you so much for joining us today, Wayne Blakely, on the... Well, we just had a long discussion with, since the beginning of the hour, with Natasha Trenev. Now, she's pretty well respected in the field of probiotics, is she not?
Yes, she is.
And you learned a lot from her, but you have something that is totally different from what Natasha talks about. But let's just talk about, first of all, what is Living Streams Probiotics? Before we get into the differences, what is Living Streams?
Well, we have 6 flora in there, and the difference is this is a liquid product that will keep on the shelf. Mm-hmm. No pathogen will live in the solution that we've found so far that will live in the solution. So even in Natasha's book, it talks in there that the liquid probiotics will not keep, yet ours will. This is the difference. This is the second generation product. This is a product that is unseen on the market up until now.
Well, we know it has to be working because Paula had this amazing testimony the other day. You heard that testimony, didn't you?
Yes, I heard it. I've heard this a lot in the last year and a half.
Now, what is it about a probiotic that could be taking her sister-in-law from almost death's door, like she explained, to the point where she is just almost fully functioning? I mean, what is going on inside of her body?
That's a very good question. Now we've got some independent researchers working up in North Carolina that have shown that, which I'm trying to get this research, but I'll tell you what they've told me. They told me that this product enhances supplements to a degree that I'm not going to say how much, but there's quite a few zeros behind it. Every supplement they put this up with increased the availability of the supplements to the body, and I take it for her recovery is that she was taking these other products that you have, and it increased when you took the probiotic, it increased the availability of those products to her body, and that was one reason that she had such a quick turnaround.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
It's a synergistic combination of items, probably.
Right, and this is what these researchers are finding out, that every product that they test this with in the human body, how do I say this myself? And because I can't prove this yet. This is why I believe that this particular woman, had such a quick turnaround. But we've had people in the hospital that were just literally dying, and 3 or 4 days later walk out of the hospital.
It's incredible. It is just incredible. Now, I know I have been feeling so much better, and I was using the combination. Somebody even called in about this, saying the combination of the ioderol, which is an iodine product, and the probiotic, it's given me an amazing amount of energy. We're going to be right back after this 1 minute, 10-second break with Wayne Blakely. Stay tuned to the Power Hour. We'll be right back and find out more about the liquid, spray, or drop probiotics. 1 minute, 10 seconds. That's it. Why it is that his liquid probiotics work amazingly well, at least from what we're hearing from a number of people. What is it, Wayne, that is in it? I mean, if we were to say, what is it? It is a combination of, we know bacteria, but how does it get there?
Well, the liquid the product is floating in, the floor is actually living in, is a food product, and this is a byproduct that the microorganisms produce, and this is what normally a healthy flora system in your digestive tract. This is what the solution they produce when they digest the food.
Now,
go ahead.
It sounds somewhat complex to have to create this, and I'm amazed by the idea that you said that if you put it on your food, it's a great thing to spray on your food. And I know Marie Gunther sprays it in her dog's mouth. She uses it a lot in their mouths. But you don't want to put it on your salad and then put your salad in the refrigerator. Tell them why.
Because it'll digest the food. It'll digest it, especially vegetables. Now, it doesn't. It won't do that to meat. It actually preserves the meat. It's a very good meat preserver. It keeps the meat fresh.
Interesting.
Because it has a tendency to keep the bacteria from growing.
So somebody who makes the beef jerky, that might be a good thing to spray their meat with.
I haven't really done extensive. I've just done some simple tests on that because that's not my thing. But I've done some simple tests with chickens, spraying them and leaving them for a couple of days on the countertop.
Oh, really?
And they're still good, yeah. But I wouldn't take my recommendations on that.
That was just a test. That was just a test. Yeah, don't try that at home.
No, don't try that at home. No, don't try that. But the solution is what makes it different than any other probiotic. The solution has the natural bactericides in it that will protect the body. That does research shows. In fact, right in Natasha's book, it talks about how bactericides from Acidophilus will kill the cowpox and the polio virus, and how it disintegrates it. It treats it as food, and it breaks it down.
Incredible.
So this is why the concentration, the concentration of bactericides in this solution is high, very high. Also has IL-10 and IL-12 interferon markers in it. And that's saying that these products, I know that 2 of the microbes that I use produce interferon, a natural interferon.
Okay, and why is that a good thing?
Interferon is a type of solution that interferes with reproduction of viruses. And they use interferon, they actually produce interferon from E. coli to treat hepatitis C. And they use all kinds of research in that. They use E. coli because it produces large amounts of interferon. Well, the microbes that I have produce a lot more. Let's put it this way. They are very hyperactive, and they produce a lot more of everything.
Now,
so this is why we have such a high count of bactericides. We have a high count of the vitamin Bs, everything except the B6, high amounts of hydrogen peroxide in the solution, high amounts of folic acid, high amounts of lactic acid.
We're going to be right back. We use probiotics. Nothing can live in it. And you don't want to put it on your salad and then put your salad in the refrigerator because it will digest your salad. Now, help me understand, before we go to the callers here, why is that a good thing to have something that's going to digest your salad in the refrigerator?
Why is it a good thing? Because when you take it with your food, it helps digest your food more efficiently. You can metabolize your nutrients that you're eating better.
And so that's basically your proof that it works right there.
Well, I would say that's pretty good proof.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good proof. It would break down. We did that test over and over, and it worked every time. And
you have it in a 2, 4, and 8 ounce. Now, when I first saw the 8 ounce, I thought, oh, that's an awful lot, because you only use a few squirts a day or a few drops per day. In fact, what do you recommend that people start out with?
Oh, the 2 or the 4 ounce. If they have a family member that wants to take it, then buy the 4 ounce. Mm-hmm. If you're individual, buy the 2 ounce and start with that. Mm-hmm. 2 ounce has over 1,000 drops in it.
And how many drops do you recommend people start out with a day?
I start out with 1 drop a day for 3 days, and then the killing effect of the candida in the body is dramatic when you with the stuff. It really cleanses the body with candida. That's the first thing it's going to work on, unless you have a viral infection someplace or a bacteria infection. The body will divert it to that area because it is a food nutrient. The body considers this as a food when you take it, so the body will direct it wherever it's needed the most. And I highly recommend to take this product with supplements. Mm-hmm. Because the new research coming out, any other kind of supplement you're taking, take it with it or with the food, or with your food, because it actually metabolizes your food better. It breaks it down much more efficiently, so your body will actually take in the food that it actually needs. If our digestive system is not in alignment, not correct, when our body absorbs, like for instance, unsaturated fat, our body will absorb that into the bloodstream, and the liver will just store it. And that's where fatty liver comes from. With this product, it actually breaks it down beyond that, so that the body can actually utilize it instead of storing it as something bad.
Yeah. Now, would you put the drops in your mouth and swish it around for a while?
No, you just take it. You just put drops in your mouth just before you eat. Like for instance, every person I've told that has acid reflux, it's been way over 25 now, that has acid reflux, and you take a drop of it, or if they're allergic to milk or cheese. Take a few drops of this in your mouth, you can eat a pizza or eat ice cream, because everybody I've told us have taken their medication to throw them as far as they could, because it stops it immediately.
My goodness, and that's expensive medicine also.
Yes, well, you can just eat anything you want. I mean, basically, now I'm not saying it'll do for everybody, but everybody I've told so far, take a spray in the mouth or a few drops in the mouth before they eat, and they can eat, and it metabolizes food more efficiently.
That's amazing.
In other words, it takes away those kinds of problems with the stomach.
Now, and let me just add that the 2-ounce bottle is only $27.50. Now, I know that the Natron product is a lot more expensive, so listeners, I just need to let you know that, whether you choose to use that one or this one, if you call their counselors, or if you decide to call the Power Hour has the Living Streams probiotic. The 2-ounce is $27.50. 4 ounces, $46.75, and the 8 ounces, $81.50. The book is on special for $16.95. The book by Natasha Trenio. Now, I also put it in my dog's water, which is why I was glad I had the 8-ounce bottle, because I put just a few drops. It doesn't take very much, does it, to put into your animal's water?
No, it does not. Now, on average size dog, anywhere from 8 to 15 drops on an average size, say a 40-pound dog, and a smaller dog. I would just probably say 10 drops a day on every animal.
Now, I know that Marie likes to put it in spray the dog's mouths with it. Now, will that get it into them better? Should you do that at dinner time?
Well, it depends on if you wanted a higher concentration. If the dog was, feeling sick or something like this, you'd want a higher concentration to put in. If the dog's got, for instance, if the dog's got diarrhea, I would increase the dosage and then later use a maintenance dose after they have problems. This really helps the dog's digestive tract.
You might want to get one 2-ounce bottle for the animal and one 2-ounce bottle for yourself. Yeah.
I mean, the dogs, we've done tests on dogs with fatty livers, the terrier groups, and literally completely eliminated their problem with the fatty liver, which is a huge, huge problem in this country with the food and the terriers. Just the terrier groups have this problem.
Interesting.
And they have the defective livers when they're born. And they're not developed like a larger dog. And I've done extensive studies with the Yorkshires, where they have swollen livers and diarrhea, vomiting, and this just eliminates it. I mean, amazing. Within 6 weeks, the dog is a different dog. The personality is completely changed.
That's incredible. Thinking about all this dog food recall and everything, I gave my dog, the other day when I realized the science diet was an issue, I gave my dog some charcoal. And I know that and some probiotics also in their water. Okay, let's start taking some phone calls. Laura in Tennessee, you've been very patient. You're on the air with Wayne Blakely today. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I have 2 children under the age of 5, and they're both healthy. Is this something I would want to give them every day, and if so, how much?
Children are actually better with the product than the adults are, because adults are more toxic, their liver are toxic, and children readily accept this product. And I would start them out just like anybody else, 1 drop a day for 5 days, and then increase the dose every week, double the dose every week to as much as you really. It's not any kind of application, limit on the product. But I can tell you this: my son and my daughter have been taking this product for 3 years, and they haven't had a fever in those 3 years. They've had sniffles, but nothing serious, and this eliminates a lot of that. It really takes the pressure off a parent. My kids used to get fevers that are 104, 105. I mean, twice a year. They were constantly sick all the time, and now it's pretty much eliminated.
How much do you give them a day as a maintenance dose?
Well, right now I'm just giving it to him like every 3 days. I just give him a little bit. My son he takes it right out of the bottle and just drinks it. He just loves it. He's 11.
Okay. I do have one other question. My mom was recently diagnosed. I'm not sure the name of it, but she had to have her gallbladder taken out, and her liver just looks horrible. It's almost a pink color with things that look like tumors all over it, and they say it's kind of like cirrhosis of the liver, and it can kill you. I'm wondering, would this be something to help her? She has a very fatty liver. I don't know, it's HEPA something.
I'm not a doctor to do any kind of diagnosis, but we know it does help the liver. Now, the problem with removing the gallbladders, that's one of the main drains for the liver. Anything's going to come out of there, and that is the problem. And I haven't done any research in that area. I know it will help support the liver. It helps support the liver.
Well, it helps support the terrier livers, obviously.
Yes, it actually drains the livers. It would drain the livers of the terriers. We showed that within 30 days the liver would go into the normal size. And some of these terrier groups' livers are 3 times the size they normally should be.
That's amazing. Well, thank you very much, Laura, for the phone call. Anything else, Laura?
Are you going to talk any about the iodine product? I missed the first part of the show.
Not today. We're not going to today. We're going to keep it just on the probiotic. But thank you very much, Laura, for the phone call. I appreciate it very much. I know the iodine's getting a lot of attention. Iodine is, this is a probiotic. You know, and I am thrilled to be having things that you don't have to take pills with. I got to tell you, I am so tired of taking pills. And one thing I do want to add, just for the listeners, I found out what was keeping me awake at night. I was having trouble getting to sleep at night, and I was tired, and I couldn't figure out what I was doing. I was reading on MSM because I was taking about a half teaspoonful of powder, MSM powder, that we carry at the Power Hour at nighttime before I went to bed. Lo and behold, it gives you energy. Duh! So I've stopped doing that. And the iodine also. You don't want to take iodine at nighttime. You don't want to take the MSM powder at bedtime either. So that's what I found out for my own self there, not to do that. Let's go to Charles in Texas. Charles, you're on the air with Wayne Blakely. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Does this do anything with prions?
I'm not from
prions. The stuff that causes mad cow.
Prions. I haven't done any research on prions yet. I suspect that. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, I just saying thanks.
All right. Thank you, Charles. Appreciate the phone call. How are you listening, Charles?
Radio Free Austin, but I don't know how they're working because I heard they were having problems.
Oh, well, you too. Okay, thanks. Appreciate the phone call. Let's go. Oh, we got to go to a break. That's where we got to go. And again, if you would like to order the Living Streams probiotics, it does not have to be refrigerated. And you can call 877-817-9829. However, all mine is in the refrigerator. Now, well, I put it in the refrigerator only because, I don't know, I sleep better at night with it in the refrigerator. Is it okay to put it in the refrigerator?
Oh, yes, you want to put it in the refrigerator to keep the freshness.
Okay.
It will keep on the shelf, but it has a tendency to get stronger, the smell and everything.
The smell.
So you want to keep the flavor fresh.
All right, we'll be right back. Let's go to Mike in Maryland. Mike, you're on the air. Go ahead, please.
Hey, good morning. I wanted to ask Wayne, you talked about interferon in the product. Is there any evidence showing that it helps people with hepatitis C? And also, does it help eliminate the crap buildup inside of intestines?
I have several people that have hepatitis C, and they are, let's put it this way, they are much, much better.
Cool.
We can't make any claims, you understand that, Mike, but now what about getting out the old stuff out of the intestine? You're going to need to have probably some fiber cleanse or something to go along with that, aren't you, to eliminate the buildup in the intestine?
The small intestinal tract, it will help people. Now, this is the thing we've run across with Americans. This is the liver cleanse. It really works good as a liver cleanse and also works good in small intestinal cleanse. But when you have, this is a reaction it has to a lot of people when they first start taking the product. It has a tendency at first to slow down your fecal movement in your body. And then once the liver is cleansed sufficiently, it'll actually move it out. It actually works in that. It's just this is why we ask people to go real slow at it, because the toxins that are built up into the liver, especially in Americans, there's very large amounts.
Okay.
So we ask them to go slow. We can give this product to, say, somebody lives in Brazil, and they could take a teaspoon of it or an ounce of it, and all they do is feel wonderful because their livers aren't toxic like we are up here. And that's what
I can tell you all, everybody knows when I had a bad, my throat was gone, my voice was gone a few weeks ago. I had taken an ounce of that to begin with. And listeners, I really pushed myself over the edge with it. And I will tell you that, just listen to what he says. He's saying it for a reason. Take one drop at a time, not 1 ounce at a time like I did. I couldn't believe I did that.
More does not mean better. More on this product, more does not mean it. Just a small amount of this is the pristine, most powerful product that I know on what it does.
Well,
and you have to go slow to begin with, otherwise you're going to get a reaction of toxins being dumped into your bloodstream.
And
your body has to be able to filter those out and take them out. Now, your liver is a storage unit. Of all the toxins that can't metabolize, and this product seems to release those toxins straight into the small intestinal tract, and this is why it slows down the digestive tract sometimes. It'll slow it down. And other people that use this, it just literally completely cleanses their body.
Wow. Let me go to Paula in Missouri. I know Paula is the one who had the incredible testimony the other day. Paula, you're on the air with Wayne Blakely. Go ahead, please, Paula.
Good morning, and I seem to think I should be saying we've got to stop meeting like this.
What a sweetheart.
I seem to talk to you quite a bit. Wayne, I'm so grateful to be able to talk to you for my sister-in-law because she would like to get either an informational sheet from you on this product or be able to talk to you personally, or if there's an email or a website or something, any way that she can get a hold of you, because she's going to be going to her toxicologist doctor down in Houston, Texas, and she would like to take information about this product down to him. Now, I also forgot to mention the other day when I talked to you, Joyce, she had 2 different 12-week rounds of infusions of gamma globulin. Now, the first, and these were 6 hours at a whack, that she would have to sit there and do this IV. The first 12 went okay, and she still wasn't getting the response that the doctor had hoped for. She was exposed on top of having extremely, total case of candida with the mycotoxins, in all of her body parts. She also was exposed to the 3rd most poisonous mold in the country. And,
amazing.
Yeah.
Probiotics, Living Stream Probiotics this hour. And I thank you for joining us today, listening to the Power Hour. I thank our guest, Wayne Blakely, for joining us with Living Streams. He is the creator of the product. So if you have any questions, now's the time to ask it. And then we have on the phone with us Paula from Missouri, who had this amazing experience, or her sister-in-law did, of detoxifying with probiotic. And again, for those of you who haven't heard her talk about this before, she was, didn't you say, Paula, she was almost, if she wasn't very, very ill, she felt like she was very, very ill a couple of years ago.
Yes, it was 2 years ago in April, and to tell you the truth, we were getting funeral clothes ready to go to a funeral.
Now, wait a minute, are you serious, Paula?
I'm serious. I'm serious. I called my daughter-in-law up in Illinois and told her how sick Wanda was, and she was preparing to go to the funeral. We were all preparing that we were going to be braced for a funeral. And,
oh, my.
Yeah, as I was saying, she went through these 2 different 12-week doses of gamma globulin, which took 6 hours at a whack to do it. And during the second round of 12, she became highly allergic to it, and that nearly killed her. She had to take massive doses of Benadryl prior to the infusion, and then had to take Benadryl for days afterwards. And finally, they said, you just can't take this anymore. It's going to kill you. And so she nearly had like a stroke type thing, and we nearly lost her then. So, and I mean, when I tell you folks that she spent thousands of dollars, these were considered experimental, these gamma globulins were considered experimental, and thankfully the insurance took care of it, but I mean, it was in the multiple thousands of dollars that she has spent on her health. Now, she comes to taking this Living Streams probiotic, and she said, Paula, there has nothing. I've done all this trying to regain my health for all these, for 2 years, and she has come back from near death. But she said the thing that put me over the top and got me on my feet was Living Streams probiotic. And she is just hopping up and down. She's so excited about it. And like I said, she wants more information, because when I say this is a motivated person, like Joyce said, when you tell her to take a drop, she's going to take an ounce of it, She wanted her health back so bad. And when I told her about it, I said, now, Wanda, you need to start slowly and build up on it. Well, I think she started a little too quickly, because I talked to her yesterday, and she said, I'm still having what I consider, a detox. I'm still going through the cleaning. And I said, that's okay, but don't go any higher in the dosage right now. But Wayne, she is just jumping up and down. She's so excited. She said this is the frosting on top of the cake for her. And like I said, if you knew all the medical treatments this woman has gone through to try and regain her health, you would just be so impressed that she bought this Living Streams, and here it did it for her. So, like I said, she would definitely like to get a hold of you, Wayne, or talk to you some way that she could take this information to her doctor.
Well, I'll give him your phone number. I've got your phone number, Paula. I'll give it to him. But let me ask you, Paula, I just want to make sure, for all the people out there that are saying, wait a minute, this is probably his wife calling in. This is probably Wayne's wife, and she does this every time. Now, Wayne, can you tell us that is not your wife's voice?
This is not my wife.
And Paula, you do not know Wayne Blakely, do you?
No, I do not. I'm married to a 6'3" man that I will be happily married to for our 40th anniversary in September.
Wow.
So, yeah.
That is so un-American.
Yeah, I know it.
That is wonderful.
Paula, are you on the product?
No, I am not. I'll tell you what I do, Wayne. I have 2 very beautiful Jersey cows out in my pasture, and I make homemade raw milk kefir. And I also make the fermented tea kombucha. And I drink both of those every day. I mean, those are going in my mouth all the time. And but my husband even just said the other day, he said, I think we're going to get that Living Streams too, even though we're already doing, the lactic acid fermented milks and stuff. But I think we're going to go ahead and do that too, just to top it off.
Well, when you get a hold of me, I will tell you how you can apply this product to your cows and improve the health of your cows, right? I've done research in that area. So.
Fantastic.
Oh, now everybody out there is going to go, now, wait a minute, I want to know, too. Don't just tell Paula. You're going to create a real problem for me, and my email is going to go crazy.
Okay, I'm sorry. There's research in Northern California of Dr. Simpson that he was pretty much put out of business by the FDA, but he was working in the same area I was with cattle, with actually a dairy farm. And he created a prebiotic, and that's some of the research I came into, which is the food for the probiotics.
Okay.
And he was feeding it to the cows out there, and when the cows would give birth, the calves that came out of the cows didn't even look like cows. They looked more like horses.
Oh my goodness.
They were lean and muscular and no fat on them, and they produced more milk. The calves did when they were up and ready to breed, to produce more milk, a different kind of milk, a higher cream content, and also they looked. I mean, all their life they didn't look like cows, like a normal cow would. They had 2 less rheumous stomachs.
Wow.
And when the milk it had very unique properties. They would make ice cream from the milk, and I can go on and tell you all the research. But the ice cream that they would make, the more you ate, the more weight you lost.
Oh, no.
I'm not kidding you.
Oh, no, this is getting too good to be true.
It was. And
now I'm questioning the whole thing.
The scientist that I was talking to, he did a research on it because he was working with Dr. Simpson, and he told me, and this has been probiotics. Now, the reason was the cows consume less food, too.
Wow.
And the reason was that they had the probiotics in their digestive tract, and they were fed this prebiotic to allow the microbes to proliferate more.
Right.
And they were producing more of these byproducts. That's what I make, same kind of thing I do. And the animal was healthier. And they didn't need the rheumous stomachs because they were digesting the food better. They were metabolizing their food better.
Okay.
So we were working in the same area.
Now, wait a minute, Wayne. Now, not only do I have to go buy Living Streams probiotics, I got to go buy a cow too.
No. This is a different kind of research, but this is the kind of things that I want to really. I worked with some cows and with some farmers in different areas of using the Living Streams probiotics. For instance, ketosis in cattle.
Right.
We've eliminated that.
Wow, I just one of my cows just had ketosis after she calved this last fall.
Right. Well, see.
Oh, you guys do know each other.
we can take an ounce of this product and put it in the cow's mouth after she gives birth, and she'll immediately go back to eating.
Wow.
We did that to 86 cows in Indiana.
Wow.
Oh man, this is getting scary.
And
all you need is probiotic. Then you don't even need to eat now, do you?
A cow, when you give birth, when a cow gives birth, doesn't want to eat.
Right.
You have to force feed it, and sometimes it takes 20 hours to get that cow to eat.
Mm-hmm.
And this stuff, with this product, you just put it in there, throw it down there, shove it down their mouth, and within an hour to 2 hours max, they're back to eating on their own.
Now, how much do you have to shove down their mouth?
What's that?
How much do you have to give them?
1 ounce, 30 milliliters.
Wow.
Oh, that's incredible. Now,
yeah.
Paula, you must know about cows then.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Does this sound like something that might be realistic?
It sure does, and when you battle a cow giving her propylene glycol, that's what you have to give for the treatment of ketosis, and you have to give it to her like twice a day, and they don't like the taste of it, and they don't think it's very good.
Ketosis is caused from the cow metabolizing. Ketosis is caused from the cow metabolizing its own fat and muscle tissue.
Well, yeah, but you're talking about stuff that goes in the car, propylene glycol.
No. That's propylene ethanol. Whatever, it's the other stuff. But anyway, this is it's like it's to give them sugar in their system so that they'll start eating again. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Right. Yeah.
Well, anyway, Paula, this is just really impressive. I cannot tell you. I appreciate your calling. I'm so thrilled for your sister-in-law. I think we need to have her come on the program.
I do too. I do too.
Okay. Well, we'll be in contact, and I'll give you his phone number a little bit later. Anything you want to say to her, Wayne?
No. Just I would love to talk to you. I live in Kansas City, by the way, Kansas City, Missouri. If you live in Missouri, right?
In Rolla. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, I live in Rolla?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I live in Kansas City, Missouri, so we're neighbors.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you so much, Paula. If I didn't know Paula before this, I'd say this is a setup deal. But I think, no, she's such a wonderful lady. Yeah. Okay, let me go to one. I mean, this is just, I cannot tell you. I got goosebumps right now. Let's go to, I want to talk about plants in just a minute and see if you do anything with plants with this stuff, too. Oh, I should have known it. I should have known it. Wanda in Tennessee. Wanda, you're on the phone with Wayne Blakely, the answer man. Go ahead, Wanda.
Well, Joyce, are you sitting down?
Okay.
If you're not, you better sit down, because this is Wanda, Paula's sister-in-law, and I'm not a cow.
And you're not married to him either, are you?
No, I'm not. I live in Tennessee, and I have got my laptop computer listening to your station.
Oh, my
And I'm here to answer any questions Wayne has, because he has truly given me back my life, and I'm walking graciously without tremendous, I still have pain, without tremendous pain. It has been a 2-year long haul. I got exposed to deadly mold at the workplace, and it was one of the molds was, honestly, Paula's telling you the truth. You had to literally bury this mold to destroy it. You could not even burn it. And I had been inhaling and breathing this for years on end, but she's telling the truth. I literally almost died. The last blood test I had, the mold toxicity was still very high in my blood, which is just in a few months ago. And I just could not get over the top. I mean, there's days I still could not walk. It was just unbelievable. So when Paula called and told me about Joyce at the Power Hour had another product, I said, okay, let me order it. I mean, I'll try anything, because Paula does her research. So I took it, and I'm telling you, I am bouncing off walls.
This is incredible.
I will answer anything you want to ask, because I'm telling people I'm not related, and this has been the most, I have literally gone to the grocery store for the first time, I'm probably going to cry, in 2 years after I took this. And I promise you I did nothing different. And I've been taking Sporanox, which if anybody knows anything about Sporanox, it's over $600 a month.
Oh, my gosh.
Just for Sporanox. So I want to take all of Wayne's information. I'm seeing one of the top, they say he's one of the top 4 toxic immunologists down in Spring, Texas. And, of course, I have to go back to see him, because I've not been released to go back to work or do anything, because the blood is still, you know, the bad cells are killing the good cells. And it's almost taken my life several times. But I cannot tell you what this product has truly, truly done, and you don't have enough time for me to tell you what all my body went through when I started taking it.
Really?
Oh, so it was unbelievable. But now I'm up to, and I wanted Wayne to tell me this, I'm taking a teaspoon like 2 and 3 times a day. So what I'm concerned, if I'm dumping more toxin into my blood than I should be, trying to get my legs back and my health back.
Well, you're over the hump. Okay, if you can take a teaspoon of this stuff, you're over the hump. You can take it.
I'm telling you, you would not believe what this, and honest to goodness, Wayne, I promise when we're not on the air, I would love to tell you my story, because I'm telling you the God's truth.
Wow.
Yes,
it is
awesome.
Unbelievable.
You know, this is not, I've heard the story probably 50 or 60 times.
Oh,
with mold?
The same, yes.
Oh.
Already.
If I would have had you in my life 2 years ago, God knows what I would not have gone through. You do not want to know what 2 years of my life has been.
Oh, my goodness.
It would be, Wayne, I think you need to go to Oprah. This needs to be nationwide.
This is the farthest I'm going, because I don't talk to doctors. I don't talk to universities.
Oh.
I've had the UN already through a intermediator offer me $100 million to meet with them. I've had people with blank checks offer me blank checks.
But people like me need to know about you.
Yeah.
I don't talk to doctors.
Uh-huh.
Well, yeah, Oprah's not a doctor. I don't know if you knew that.
I know that, but I don't talk to universities. I don't talk to government agencies. I keep under the radar.
Yeah, but see, if when I think of what I've gone through for 2 years, and it brings tears to my eyes. If I can prevent anyone from going through what I did from your product, I'd sell my house to do it.
The best thing to do is to tell people
I will.
where to go to the Power Hour, and that's the best way to get it.
They look at me like I'm crazy, and I'm like, I really don't care what you think. I'm living proof.
That's right. You need to do your story on this, and really, you know what? We need to publish it. We need to get it on internet sites. We need to get this out to people. And Wanda, you just made my day. You made my year. I can't imagine that a radio show can have this kind of impact through bringing people together in the manner in which you are doing right now. That just, Wayne, this is just awesome. This is unbelievable. The credit goes to you and to I know you give it to our Heavenly Father also, don't you?
Yes.
Wanda, I am so happy for you. I cannot say. Did you know, Wanda, I got to ask you this question. Did you know they were planning for your funeral?
Well, yes, I really did, because there was, well, now let me say, I didn't know they were planning, but in my heart, I'm a fighter, and I'm a go-getter, and I will not give in. And my mom kept telling me, you're just going to have to accept this. This is not going to get any better. And I'm like, I will not accept this, and I will get better. I mean, I'm just that determined-minded that yes, there was days that I truly felt I was hanging on with a thread. I knew I was. But I was not. I just knew the Lord had more for me to do here on this earth, and I did not feel my time was up. But yes, all my children flew home.
Oh, wow.
I mean, the whole family came in. But yes, I felt that I was near death many times through the 2 years, not just one time.
You know, we've got to have you back on the program again, because I want to follow you and follow what happens to you, because, you know, everybody thinks, oh, this is a flash in the pan. She had a psychological little experience here, and she believes she's feeling better.
Well, I tell you what I told Paula. I would have just given anything had I had a very, very current, I mean within days, blood test done, because, I mean, the blood work they did on me, one blood report, I mean, just the whole scenario was like $20,000. I lie not. To have... because they had to test for all these numerous moles. Well, when I would just get anything had I been able to had my blood tested.
Blakely is joining us today, and he is one of the most innovative people when it comes to items that work for you and work really, really well. Sometimes they work so well, we can't even tell you how well they work. And one of those is Living Streams Probiotics. Now, the reason we're bringing him back on is because so many of you are having such wonderful response from Living Streams, which is a probiotic. You just heard C.J. Puatinen recommend that to take care of what's wrong with your pets on the inside, and then the outside will take care of itself. She said probiotics and coconut oil is where you start. Well, we use it here at the Power Hour, and we believe that these are the best probiotics. And I will tell you, from what I'm hearing from you, you also think the same way. And I want to say thank you very much, Wayne Blakely, for your wonderful creation called Living Streams Probiotics, and thank you for joining us in the Power Hour today.
Hi, Joyce. Hi, Dave.
Hey, this is not just another, hey, you can buy this and take it home. You know, this is not one of those. This is something that is living, and it makes a difference in your life. It really does work, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. It's amazing, and it works very well with animals. Very well, extremely well.
Now, what is, for instance, if somebody's joining us and never heard you before, because we've had unbelievable people calling in here on the program, and I do hope that they will continue to call in on the program, and we'll put them to the front of the line today to hear especially the one person's incredible testimony from Tennessee who's been utilizing it for a disease that almost had taken their life. What is a probiotic, first of all, the basic description of that?
Basic probiotic is a flora or bacterium that supports the body in a symbiotic relationship between a microorganism and the human body. And that, it's pro-life. It actually supports the body. And antibiotic is anti-life or death. It kills everything it touches.
Okay, now what if I spray that in my mouth? Now, probiotics comes with a sprayer, and it also comes with a dropper. But if I were to take that and spray it in my mouth, as I do many times a day, what is that doing to me? I mean, what is actually happening as I spray that? I take it from the refrigerator, spray 3 or 4 sprays in my mouth. What is that doing?
Well, you're applying not only the flora, the good microorganisms that support the body, but you're also spraying in the liquid that the probiotics manufacture. And it's food, it's hydrogen peroxide, vitamin Bs, you have lactic acid, you have different kinds of food products, plus you have a variety of different kinds of bactericins that are natural fighters against pests, against mold and viral components and also other bacterium that are harmful to the body. They produce these things naturally.
But it doesn't take very much. A few squirts. In fact, you don't want to start out with too many squirts because you might get an overwhelming reaction to it, right?
That's correct, because the research that I have done is that it's actually the food media or the type of products that I feed these microorganisms is actually what allows them to produce more of these things than anything else that you'll see on the market. They will naturally in your body do this, in your body when they're in their body, produce these bactericides and all these other different products. But the research that I have done is the food is the key to actually have them produce more of them. So you study what actually the microbes, I had to adapt them over to these different food products that they normally wouldn't eat. So it takes months to adapt different probiotics over to consume these different, proteins and carbohydrates and sugars to allow them to produce more of these byproducts that they naturally produce in your body.
Now, we had a lady called in from Tennessee, like I said, and I forget her first name right now. You probably...
It's Wanda.
Wanda, yeah.
I
my gosh.
I've talked to her a lot. Since she called in, I've talked to her a lot, and she's doing very, very extremely well.
And she had a life-threatening disease, and she just happened to call in on the program one day. We didn't plan that to happen, but we were so thrilled that we were blessed to have her call in. But she had a life-threatening disease, and I called you after the first time I heard about Wanda, and I was gushing all over saying, wow, I can't believe what I just heard from this lady. And you said, Joyce, I hear that almost every day.
Yes.
I was surprised because I thought that was a unique experience.
She's just basically what started out with her is it was black mold, and she got toxic, and her damaged her immune system, and she had allowed other diseases to come into her body because her immune system was damaged from the black mold, and she just went downhill really, very fast. And the spores were reproducing in her bloodstream. I mean, the whole thing was reproducing in her body, her lungs, her nasal passages, and she is very close to coming back. Another couple of months and she'll be back to normal.
Well, the family had told me that they had actually gone to her, including her daughters, to pick out something for her burial because that she was that sick. Now, I've not seen any pictures of her. I've only talked with her, but I mean that's sick. And she said she spent $100,000 with physician specialties in Houston, and yet nobody had done anything for her except for the probiotic.
They have no treatment for the mold in the body. None. There isn't anything. And the doctors, usually the doctors that specialize in this area have no tools to work with.
Well, what do we see? What is the normal symptoms that somebody would display if they've got mold in their body? I mean, they may think, I don't have any mold in my body. I don't have a basement. I don't have any wet stuff around. What would you feel?
Well, normally you feel, you would get lethargic. You would have pain in your joints and your muscles. It would burn. You would have weakness, eyesight. It affects your eyesight. Your feet swell, so you can't walk on your feet. I mean, you just have to use walkers, things like that. So I have several people that are on walkers and in wheelchairs that just actually, their body, it's just such a good food for them that their body can fight this off. It's tremendous food to actually support the body, to allow the body to take care of these problems very quickly.
So when she began taking this, and I think her sister had just given her a bottle of it to take, but she took a little bit too much, she said at first, and didn't realize how sensitive we might be to it. But she said that it was about 48 hours before she noticed an obvious change. Right.
It takes about 48 hours for actually the body to start killing off these different problems that she has. She also has mycoplasma. We discovered she has mycoplasma in her body. And hopefully that's one of the areas that we're trying to work in, the mycoplasma, because that's rampant throughout the whole country.
And I get calls from vets every single day that have overwhelming mycoplasmal infections. That, in fact, I got a call yesterday where physicians have said they will not treat anybody with mycoplasmal infections because they, especially those that work for the Department of Defense or in the military, because they figure that they have a serious problem with it, and literally have sort of said, no, we're not going to treat you for that. So there's really nothing else. Doxycycline was the only thing that we had. But you're saying that the probiotics might be effective?
We haven't done the research yet, but we're working with people that have that problem, and it seems to at least help them get through today because it's a horrible, it affects, they're attaching it to all autoimmune diseases. And it has been attacked. And Donald Scott in Canada, he's a researcher, works with a doctor in California.
Yeah, we've had him on the program several times.
Right. Well, he had somebody contact him, wanted to get a hold of me and contact me and work with him on this. They are very good research. I've read a lot of his papers, and he is very up on the mycoplasma. But the animal part, what it does, I think you wanted to talk about the animal parts today, what it does for the animals.
Well, both. I just want to, I am still so impressed with Wanda's testimony, how she had been so incredibly ill, and now she is working her way back, right, and owes it all to the probiotics. And just let me remind you that the probiotics are at the Power Hour, and you can get them. There's a 2, 4, and 8-ounce bottle. Now, the 8-ounce bottle is actually going to be a refill bottle, and it will come with an extra small bottle. If you just go ahead and purchase the 8-ounce bottle at first, it will come with a smaller bottle. Now, that 8-ounce bottle ought to last you a long, long time, wouldn't it?
It does last a long time. Normally, a 2-ounce bottle lasts you 3 to 4 months.
Wow, 2-ounce
the 8-ounce bottle, right? When you first start, but right now, so I can take that 8-ounce bottle and just drink the whole bottle. See, once you get over whatever, and your body helps support your body, and your body gets back to what it's supposed to, the product just seems so inert when you drink it. But it is so powerful. I'm amazed how inert it is for me. I can drink all I want, and it doesn't, affect me very much because I'm pretty up. Mm-hmm. And overall, these things, when I first started taking this stuff, I was taking drops just like anybody else. And it cleaned me. I mean, it just really did a cleanse on me. It's just phenomenal how it did.
Well, I encourage you to get those, and also for your pets, like he was saying, because the pet water is a very easy way to put your probiotics in the water, and they love the taste of it.
Oh, yes. You'll see a doubling of the water consumption of your pet. Once you start putting it in the water, they will drink the water all the way down to the bottom. They'll lick the bottom of the bowl.
Yeah, and I noticed that with cats, which is so hard to get them to drink sometimes, but I noticed even the cats also drink it and take it in very, very well.
They understand. They naturally understand that this is good for them. And cats, it does miraculous things to cats. I mean, absolutely changes their whole digestive system. No more vomiting, no more diarrhea. Their teeth will actually...
Oh, I have to tell you about my chickens after this break. Anyway, let's go to Michael, first-time caller. Michael, you're on the air. Go ahead, please.
Good morning. How are you?
Fine. Go ahead, please. You're on with Wayne Blakely.
Morning, Wayne.
Morning, Mike.
I just wanted to call in and give a testimony. I've been working with Wayne for quite a while. I have some very severe health issues, including very advanced stage bone disease that's idiopathic, meaning the doctors do not know what is causing it.
You don't work with him like in an employee situation, you mean?
Pardon me?
You work with him like in consulting with him, not like in an employee situation, right?
I work with him trying to help me over these health issues.
Okay, great. All right, go ahead.
Just a regular customer.
Okay.
But to make a long story short, I am completely blown away by his products. Considering that I've been through every FDA-approved drug and some experimental drugs to try to help with very severe bone disease, that they just can't seem to understand why somebody of my age has the bones of a 90-year-old. And I have been living in unbelievable pain for a good 6-7 years. I started with Wayne about maybe 4 or 5 months ago and got on some of the products that he has, and my liver was so toxic that I could only take about a couple of drops at a time, and I would get a pretty severe reaction. And he's been very patient and has been working with me, and now I'm up to about a teaspoon about 3 times a day. I was literally unable to walk more than 5 minutes, and last night I was able to walk a mall twice.
That is incredible. Now, wait a second. Wayne, I have to go to you and say, why is it? Now, I'm a nurse. I'm an RN, and we don't hear about people with bone problems getting better because of a probiotic. Now, what is it that is helping his bones so that he can walk?
I make special products for Michael.
Oh, okay.
And I give him minerals, a bioavailable mineral that he puts on his skin, and also a calcium product that I use Pascalite to blend with. And I grow my microbes in them, and it breaks down the calcium into the absorbable form. And we've been applying it to the skin, I blended special probiotics for him, just especially for him, to actually so he can take them more, and it's actually helping his digestive system. He was in a car wreck 10 years ago, and it damaged his intestinal tract, where he really can't absorb his food very well. So we're trying to work around this. We know that he's going to get over this. We've been, praying a lot.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Michael, for the phone call. I'm thrilled to hear your testimony on probiotics. Let's go to Tom. Tom, you're a first-time caller. Welcome to the Power Hour. You're on with Wayne Blakely.
How you doing?
Doing fine. What you got for us?
Well, I have some problems with Candida. And I understand that probiotics are good for that.
Yes. All kinds of, just general probiotics are really good for Candida. We have a lot of people calling in on Candida, and Candida is caused from a buildup of fecal matter in your small intestinal tract, where the Candida grows in that area, and it goes right into the intestinal wall, into the bloodstreams, and Candida will cause spores into your bloodstream, and it's really, really toxic to the body.
We fly, but you need to keep it in the refrigerator because of a taste concerns. But you put it in the fridge, spray it in your mouth, and let me tell you, you will be thrilled. Well, anyway, we had some chickies, and these chickies got diarrhea. And so I called my friend Nina in Pennsylvania, who is our consultant for a lot of things, and I said, what do I do? And she says, well, if they have black bottoms, then you need to go and you need to wipe all their bottoms. So I want you to know,
go out there and wipe a chicken butt.
Yeah, well, we got a couple of guys that work for us at the Power Hour, and you should have seen their faces when I came up to them with a spray bottle of Miracle 2 and a bottle of and some towels, some paper towels. You should have seen the look on their face when I told them.
You want me to what?
That's right.
Could you go out there and wipe their little chicken butts?
I need you. I talked to Nina, and she says we need to wipe their little chickie butts. Well, anyway, they did it. Well, then we had one of the guys that works here at the Power Hour, Charlie, say to them, "Oh, you didn't fall for that." Joyce said she was going to go see if she could get you to wipe chickie butts, and they did. But it was really, they were supposed to. So anyway, the next day they came to work, and I told them, I said, it didn't work. We need to give them all enemas. And that's when they about left. That's when they about walked away. But the chickies,
when they were done, they squeaked when they walked up.
But the chickies did get probiotics. The chickies got probiotics in their water. So I don't know if that was the right thing to do or not. Nina said to put probiotics in their water. I did, and let me just go to Wayne Blakely real quickly. Wayne, was that the right thing to do for my chickies?
Absolutely. You'll be amazed when did you do this? Just recently?
Oh, it was 3 weeks ago.
How are they doing now?
Oh, they're doing fantastic.
Yes.
They're doing fantastic, yeah.
There's your answer right there.
Yeah, they like that probiotic water.
Also, I have doves in my house, and I've complained to my wife about the smell. And if anybody has birds out there, they know that birds have the sour smell in your house. You put this in the water, just a few drops for your birds every day, and the smell will completely disappear. You can stick your head right inside the bird cage. You can't smell anything.
That is amazing. I'm glad I mentioned that then. That is amazing. Well, let me go back to Tom here because, let's see, was it Tom that we were talking to just a second ago? Yeah. Tom, did you have anything else you wanted to ask?
Yeah, if you could give me a few minutes, I have a couple of questions.
Real quickly. Okay, go ahead quickly.
I've had this Candida problem for a long time, and a lot of people have suggested certain treatments. Nothing really has worked. Do you think your product can work?
I will say this, that you will be absolutely knocked over by the Candida problem when you start taking this probiotic.
No, wait a minute. What do you mean knocked over?
It will just, you'll be pleasantly surprised.
Okay, pleasantly surprised by the response.
Because Candida lives in the small intestinal tract, and it has to have pathogens in there to support it. It creates a biomass, and it has to live in that environment. When that environment is gone, the Candida cannot survive in your body.
Okay, so how would you start out using the probiotics?
I would start out just like, a spray or 1 or 2, 3 drops a day, and go that route and start. And you'll notice the difference after 3 days. You'll start getting relief after about 3 or 4 days, and then you just keep it up slowly. And then every week you can increase the doses slightly, as long as you don't have any kind of a die-off.
All righty, Tom, would you stay in touch with us and let us know how it works?
definitely. The one other question I have is we have some cats.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand that when you feed cats only dry food, they develop candida. Is that true?
That is absolutely true, because there's corn products and there's sugar in the food.
And you think it's appropriate to put it in their water?
Absolutely. Cats will change their whole personality after 6 weeks. They will feel different. Their bellies will flatten. Their liver swellings will go away. It helps flush the liver, the fat out of the liver. We have done these tests with dogs and cats. The chronic gum infections will kind of subside, and their breath will improve. Their diarrhea and vomiting will stop.
Wonderful. Excellent. Thank you very much, Tom, for the phone call. Let us know how it works, because we want to hear from people. Do these things work that we tell you or that Wayne tells you? And, almost every time, without exception, it does. I was going to ask you about diverticulitis, gut problems other than candida. What about severe diverticulitis? Would this in any way help them?
I'm not familiar with it. I just know that we have so many people have problems with their digestive tract, which improves dramatically.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a doctor, so I can't say that that this is going to do anything on any kind of named disease. But I know that you're going to, in any kind of digestive problem, you get improvement with probiotics.
Okay, let's say it will improve the digestive process, which really, diverticulitis is one of those things that can be you can improve with just the use of fiber. We know that.
Right.
And dietarily, there's a lot of changes that can be made, listeners, in your food that will just make your whole body improve. Named diseases are not even an interest of mine. Named diseases don't have any relevance to what we're talking about. Just like C.J. Poitman said, you increase the use of probiotics, the whole gut is going to improve, and then you don't have to worry about any named diseases.
Right. It's like a vet told me here in Kansas City, Dr. Howard in Liberty. He told me that there is an epidemic of pets in this country that have digestive problems, and you'll never see that on a farm dog.
Well, that's interesting. And why is that?
Because the farm dog, a dog that's out in the open, will pick up its own flora in the field, out in the field. They eat everything. They'll eat dirt. They'll eat anything out there. They eat dead animals and things like that. And you will not see a dog with a digestive problem that lives on the farm. But every animal that has pet food that they're eating has a problem with their digestive. He said it's epidemic. He says every one of them is attached to their digestive tract.
That is amazing. That is really amazing. Let's talk in terms then of using this okay, we've got some callers that we need to go to, but I want to talk to you about using it topically, because I know that probiotics is something you can use topically. But let me first go to Jean in Maine first. Jean in Maine, you're on the air with Jeannie in Maine. You're on the air with Wayne Blakely. Go ahead, please.
Hi, I guess this is not a earth-shattering testimony, but it spoke a lot to me. I had something on the inside of my ankle that I don't go to a doctor, so I don't know what it was. It looked maybe like ringworm, because the dog sleeps right up against my feet all night. And I put oregano oil on it. It was itchy, and that took it back some, but it was still there. Then I put clay on it 3 times. 3 different days I put clay on it. That seemed to have an effect on it, but didn't take it away. And then I sprayed the probiotics on it, and it went away.
Okay, you sprayed it on what? On ringworm?
On my skin, topically.
Uh-huh. And what was the problem? Did you say ringworm was the problem, or?
Well, I don't really know, because I didn't go to a doctor, but I had an itchy spot.
Okay, let me ask Wayne about that. Wayne, that'd be an important testimony for me if it happened to me and it worked.
Yes, it works on. If we have a tough time with ringworm, we recommend other products for that. But the other funguses on the skin, it seems to just completely eliminate it. I mean, just completely within a few days. We had a guy in Kansas City that had a foot fungus systemic in his bloodstream from Korea. From 1952, and he used to have to wear socks to bed because it was so bad. It leaked liquid. And within a few weeks, it was completely gone, just by spraying it on the skin. You can spray it on the skin from like staph infections and funguses and things like this, and it seems to really, really improve.
What about when you go without shoes to a gym, if you know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely. You need to carry this with you. So the staph infections all through the, I mean, it is, we're actually, we've got a man in South Carolina that is going to the different detention centers out there, and we've seen some very remarkable improvements in the staph and fungus problems.
Now, there's also, I thank you, Jeannie. Jeannie, did you want to say anything else?
No, that's it. I just two different times I sprayed it on that, and that said to me, if it'll do that topically, it must do great things inside too. I take it every day and I give it to my animals.
Well, thank you very much, Jeannie, for the phone call. I do appreciate that. And yeah, you can get the probiotics from the Power Hour, 877-817-9829. Now, these are not just any probiotics. These are Living Stream. It is a liquid spray. It is different than any other probiotic. So don't just think that because you go to the store and it has probiotic on the bottle that it's the same thing. It is not. You need to get Living Stream probiotic. Go to thepowermall.com, and it comes in a blue glass bottle for spraying. A blue glass bottle, listeners. And I think the dark glass is a very important part of this, and I encourage you to get it by calling 877-817-9829. You know, a lot of guys complain of jock itch, and when they run a lot in the summertime and all. Would that be effective on that kind of a problem?
Literally, any kind of skin problems that we run across, it seems to help support the skin. You got to remember, this is a very unique food, and the skin is the largest organ of the body. And we highly recommend that you can either take this internally or through the skin, because it's bioavailable right through the skin.
Bioavailable right through the skin. Now, what does bioavailable mean?
That means that the liquid solution has been pre-digested by the microorganisms so that the the cells readily accept it as food nutrient.
Oh, and you just reminded me, I wanted to add that you say that you can also spray it on your salad,
yes.
That there's no real taste to it when you spray it on your salad. But I love to talk about the fact that you don't put your salad away afterwards in the refrigerator.
Absolutely, do not do that, because it will digest especially the lettuce, light vegetables, doesn't, really eat the hard stuff like carrots or anything like that, but it actually will break it down prematurely. Now, it doesn't hurt plants when they're alive. It only breaks down plant life when it's dead. That's very unique. We can spray this on your plants. It not only cleans the plants, it's very, very good cleaner because it's full of enzymes to help break down the stuff, but it also supports the plants. It is this is a natural product. It's actually from nature itself.
I'm so glad you mentioned that, because the other day I was going to spray it on my plants, and I thought, oh, great, I get up in the morning and I got dissolved plants all over my house.
It will not hurt the plant. It helps protect the plants from any disease. That's what in nature it does. It helps to support the plant and keep other diseases away from the plant.
Well, so do we need to talk about using it in the garden then?
Well, I have other products for that, which I'm developing. You know this, and we're going to be doing that. It's a phenomenal product. We take minerals and nutrients, and we'll digest them, pre-digest them for the plants, and they're bioavailable for the plant roots and the plants. And we have been spraying them on plants. We're growing plants just in water.
And you will let the Power Hour know first, right?
Yes, I will, absolutely. You'll be the very first ones when this stuff is available. I have a new probiotic that I'm coming out with very shortly, and you will have that. It's called RAM 101. It's for Rhamnosus 101.
Now, wait a minute. You start mentioning this stuff, and people are going to be ordering it, and we don't have it, and you're going to get me in trouble, and I'm going to get angry with you.
Okay, I won't do that. But you'll be the very first one to get it.
So stay tuned to the Power Hour.
It is very, very unique, and it's I call it the third generation probiotic.
Okay, and that's a while, though. So, ladies and gentlemen,
that's a little while, right?
Get started with your probiotics now. The 2-ounce bottle that'll last you 3 months, it's on sale for $27.50. $27.50 for a 3-month supply. So please get it. Now, you can get 2, 4, and 8 ounce, and we also have a book called The Power of Probiotics by Natasha, and it's $16.95, or Health Benefits of Probiotics by Beth Lay, and it's $4. So we've got books on probiotics, we got the probiotics. Get started and get feeling better. I want to say thank you, Wayne Blakely, for joining us today on the Power Hour. It's been a pleasure, and we look forward to all the other things you're going to bring to us also.
All right, well, it's been a pleasure, and I love talking to you. You are the most innovative and one of the most professional interviewers I have ever spoken to.
Oh, I like him.
Ain't it the truth?
I like him. Thank you so much, Wayne. Thank you for the nice point. Because Wayne has played a pivotal role in helping people with a lot of things that work. And one of those things, we're going to limit it today just to probiotics in the garden. Now, that is an item that we have used here at the Power Hour, and the reason I'm going to leave Ron Kleinfelter on is because he is a big promoter and user of probiotics for the garden. Now, this is called Living Earth Probiotics. It comes in a quart and a gallon, and it's just incredible stuff. I don't know what it is or how he does it, but it's incredible stuff, and we're going to talk about using it in the garden today. Wayne Blakely, thank you for joining us today on the Power Hour.
Good morning, Joyce. How are you today?
I'm outstanding, and we have Ron Kleinfelter, who's our organic gardener here, who uses your probiotics. And so,
good.
Yeah, we're going to be able to talk about how to use them and what they are. But we've got a whole bunch of people that are waiting to ask questions, but let's go to the issue of what these probiotics are. What are they that we're putting on our garden?
You have a diverse variety of probiotics in the mix that I take and add Dead Sea minerals, magnesium chloride from the Dead Sea, along with some trace elements of azamites, and I pre-digest them in a tank, so they're bioavailable to the plant immediately, and also it helps break down all the other, like for instance, the problem with our soils in this country because we're missing trace minerals. And that's been known since 1936 when the government did a report on it. And it gives the total genetic potential of a plant or the seed to grow to its maximum ability when you put trace minerals in.
Mm-hmm.
And so the azomite has 65% silica in there. It helps break down the silica. It makes the plant strong. The silica is very important for the plant. It has calcium and 90 trace minerals.
Oh, so there's 90 trace minerals in here. So if your garden doesn't have it naturally, then you can use the probiotics for the garden. Right. That will do the job for you.
It also helps loosen the soil, aerate the soil, and it brings in worms. The reason the worms come into your field is because the trace minerals are after the minerals, and you get humongous amount of worms coming into the field.
Okay, let me ask Ron. Ron, have you noticed humongous worms?
Well, I have them all the time because I keep so much organic stuff on, so I wouldn't be able to tell the difference. But the way I use it is I soak my seeds in it when I sprout seeds, and when I'm starting my little seedlings, I'll do a little foliar spray of it.
Okay, now we're not talking about sprouting your seeds up in the kitchen cabinet. We're talking about sprouting seeds.
Yeah, tomatoes, peppers.
Yeah, for to make them grow big. Mm-hmm. Okay. So the way that you use probiotics is, there's two main ways you said to use them, soaking your seeds and then spraying it on?
Yeah, like a foliar spray.
Okay. What does foliar mean? I've never figured that out.
Your leaves on your plants have these little mouths on them, thousands of them. They call them stomatas. And what you're basically doing in that music you sell, it opens them up. What you're doing is you're feeding the plant through the foliage. It's kind of a quick boost.
Oh, I see. Okay, so is that what you think, or how you think, Ron, Wayne, that people should use the probiotics?
Absolutely. Now, a lot of people are cutting this product 150 and 300 to 1 to use a foliar spray. So a quart of it will make 150 quarts on a foliar spray. So it goes a long way.
Wow.
But we want a higher recommendation in the soil, like 30 to 50 to 1 in the soil mix. When you spray, mist the soil. And we're working on we're within 8 or 10 days we're going to become certified organic for organic use.
Oh, wow.
We've been working on that for 22 months, and we're almost there. Once we get certified, we'll have to go state to state to state to get certified in each state.
Oh, man, what a job.
We're almost there.
Congratulations.
Yeah, we're almost there.
Well, I can tell you right now, I've overdosed my plants. I have overdosed them big time then.
Well, it won't hurt it. That's the thing. It won't hurt it. But,
it just costs money.
We're just seeing that it's such a concentrated product, and of course we've been working on this for about 30 months straight, getting and tweaking the recipe better and better every time. Right now I've got the most. the enzymatic activity of this new product, I mean, it's just tweaking it here and there, adding this and taking out this. We've got a product it's superior to anything we've produced in the past.
That is outstanding.
And it breaks down the soil very good. Any organics in the soil, it totally breaks them down, makes it bioavailable. You see, the problem with the soil in this country is that we're missing the good probiotics in the soil to break down. You can row crop a field, a virgin field, 2 years with row cropping, and it takes all the trace minerals out in this country, and they're not being replaced. So, because we don't have the correct life in the soil to break down the clay barrier. The clay is our mineral bank, and it just doesn't do it in this country. Now, in Europe, they don't have that problem. They have the right flora in the soil in Europe to break down those minerals, that clay bank, and that's why they can crop year after year after year after year and don't have any problems and produce beautiful vegetables. Over here, we have a problem. We've always had that problem because it's just missing. It's the probiotics and the life in the soil are missing in this soil. So we have to do something to get it back. And that's what I've been working on. That's the kind of areas I've been working on.
And you've had some amazing stories of things that have, of plants, though. Tell us some of the pretty incredible stories on plant growth.
Well, the latest improvements that we're doing in the hydroponic area, which we're trying to develop a hydroponic product right now, is that we're seeing in testing, we're seeing a 600% increase in root production in hydroponics and a 500% increase in foliage production above the water.
Whoa. Is that pretty impressive, Ron?
That's very impressive.
Yeah.
And no diseases in the water. We have no algae. Algae disappears. It won't grow. The probiotics that are in their solution of course, we use trace minerals in there, too, in that product. But we don't put any azomites in there because we put a little bit of silica, but very little azomites in there because it seems to be detrimental to the hydroponics. But on the soil, on the other hand, it improves very much. It's dramatic in the soil. Soil is completely different than hydroponics, and we've been studying this for about 18 months now. We've been working on it. But it's not completely ready yet.
Okay. But I want to stress that the ones that we have at the Power Hour are called Living Earth Probiotics. Those are not for human consumption.
Oh, absolutely not, because we put trace soil probiotics from Missouri. We have a bank there of probiotics, actually not probiotics, soil microorganisms that we add to the tank. We do not want to take this internally. It's for the soil. That's what it's for.
Yeah, it is a soil probiotic. Now, yes, he does have probiotics for humans, but that's another whole subject. We're not talking about that. We're talking about Living Earth, and those are for the earth only. Would it be of any value, and I don't know the answer to this question, to put probiotics in your composting? Would that be
the only problem with that is if you get your temperatures up over 120, 25 degrees, it will kill the life in the. You got to keep your temperature. You got to rotate but it does work very efficiently if you do have. You just can't throw them on there and leave them because temperatures go too high.
Okay.
Inside the compost, you got to keep rotating it correctly, and it works extremely well. Extremely well.
All right. So if we've got our dirt ready to go in the garden, we put our organics in the garden. Mm-hmm. We've got everything in there that we want to start with our base naked garden now. How would you use the probiotics?
You would you cut the product 40 to 50 to 1, somewhere in there. It's not rocket science, so it's real simple. And then you just do a foliage spray, a light mist over the garden. And as you plant, you can you don't have to soak your seeds. You just wet them. You just drop your seed down and spray it, and then cover it. And that's all you have to do.
Okay.
But so basically, you want to put down the product first in the soil. You give it a good area, a nice mist. You don't have to soak it. Just
okay.
Nice
well, let's
mist.
give an example when we come back from this break. Let's say we're going to put a tomato plant in the ground. We've got a 4-inch tomato plant we're going to put in the ground.
Okay.
When we come back from the break, a gallon of probiotics, if you use it the way you said, that should last you more than a season, shouldn't it?
Should,
Wayne?
yeah. And whatever's left over in the fall, you want to foliage spray your field.
Okay.
And I also recommend putting some molasses, 1 pint of molasses per like one pint or 1 quart per acre, like 1 quart. It's not, like I said, it's not rocket science. This feeds the microorganisms over the wintertime.
Molasses?
Right. Mix it with some water. Spray it on the field. It's sugar. It's a good nutritious sugar for the probiotics.
Interesting. Wow, that is really informative.
And
that's
then by
good information.
springtime, the soil is just phenomenal because it'll work all winter in the soil.
Oh, that's excellent. Now, not to be too naive here, but what will the probiotics, the Living Earth probiotics for the garden, what will that do?
Well, I'll go ahead and tell you because once we get it certified, we are limited to what we can say what it can do under the law. But right now, since we're not there yet, I can tell you, you will see rust reduction in the soil, fungus reduction go way down. We've added a new product for that. You will see growth rates, germination rates, usually cut in half. For instance, the green bean normally will sprout anywhere between 11 and 14 days. You get a consistent sprouting up out of the ground in 6 days on a green bean. You will see green beans grow all summer long into the winter producing beans. The same with soybeans. It does the same thing. We've seen plants with soybeans 5 times as many beans, 5 feet tall, using our product. And it's just a really simple because it's allowing the plant to absorb these trace minerals, and it gives the genetic maximum of the plant. In other words, the potential of the plant is maximized. So we've never seen growth rates, and we've never seen production like it in the past, like you're going to see with this.
And which crops, what is this working the best on?
Tomatoes, zucchini, beans. Zucchinis are just phenomenal, what it does for zucchinis. Green beans, of course, and cucumbers. It doesn't do very good with onions because they're like a succulent.
Okay, so you shouldn't waste it on onions then.
Shouldn't waste it on onions, no.
Okay.
Definitely don't do a foliar spray on onions.
Oh, okay.
It's like a succulent. It doesn't do well for onions. Don't need a lot of this kind of nutrient in the soil, but all the rest of them just go. If you don't pick your zucchinis every day, you're going to see zucchinis that are 25, 28 inches long. You don't want that.
And why not?
They're just too big. Nobody wants them. I've had lots of people that complain about the growth rates on the zucchinis because they have to pick them every day. They go from 6 to 12 overnight, from 12 to 18 overnight, and
that's
like
incredible.
that, so on and so on.
Wow, that's
They
amazing.
just grow so fast they complain about having to pick their zucchini so much. That's the biggest complaint I have.
Boy, what a complaint. Let me go to Dave in Arkansas. Dave in Arkansas, do you have a question or comment for Ron or Wayne? Okay, dropped off. Mark in New York. Mark in New York, do you have a question for Ron or for Wayne?
Yeah, thank you, Joyce. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Ron, I have your plans for the greenhouse, and I plan on building the frame this spring. I'm a great procrastinator. It's been a couple of years. But I want to confirm something. When you're saying the wood for the frame, you do say to use treated lumber. The arsenic from that isn't enough of a threat leaching out of the lumber?
I say use either treated or some kind of rot proof. You can use, redwood down where I am. I can go to the sawmill and buy black locust or cypress. Either one will last decades in the soil. If you do get treated, now they have changed the treated. It used to be called CCA, which stood for copper, chromate, and arsenic. They've took a lot of the arsenic out, a lot, maybe most all of it. Now it's ACQ, it's called now. But if you're worried and you do buy treated, just take some latex paint or something and paint the boards, and that'll stop it. It'll stop it from migrating.
Oh, it will. Okay, good point. And we have another question. We have a question from someone who's a chemist here. We'll be right back after this 3-minute break with Wayne Blakely and Ron Kleinfelter. This is the Power Hour. This is Joyce Riley, and we are having a ball. See, you never have a bad garden show, especially with Ron Kleinfelter. And you said, Wayne Blakely, you said to dilute it about 40 to 1. Is that correct?
That's 40 to 1 for the foliar spray on the soil, 150 to 1 to the foliar sprayed on the plants.
Okay.
So you can go a long way. You don't need much, very little trace minerals into the plant cells. More is not better. One thing I wanted to mention that when you're having a dry season or very, very drought conditions, when you use this in the soil, it protects the plants. And how it does this in the research we found, you can go through a summer with no rain and you still have a crop. And the reason is that the probiotics in the soil store water in their bodies, and when they die, they release the water. That's why we've seen crops. We had a crop 2 years ago in Ohio. He had 90 acres, and he treated 45 acres. Everything else on his farm died except the 45 acres, and he had a regular crop. And it didn't in Ohio 2 years ago. It didn't rain. The 1st of July it rained. Didn't rain till late September, and they had over 100-degree temperatures all that time.
That's amazing. That is an amazing
He had
feat.
a crop. He didn't have a bumper crop, but he had a crop like he would normally have.
Interesting.
And that is amazing. And so I started studying and finding out why. That's because the probiotics, the life in the soil, they store water. And as they die, they release it. And that's just why people have always tried to store water in their soil by using humites and peat, things like this. It doesn't work because that's artificial. These guys are alive until they die and they release the water. And also they release all their nutrients that they store.
So when you say living earth, you mean it's living?
Yes.
Okay. And the quart is on special for $39.50. That ought to be a starter. Everybody ought to have. Whoa, we got some background noise there.
Oh, I better get out of my noise. I've got a train going by. I'm outside walking around.
Yeah, try not to be around the train when you do a radio show. That's just a beginning little hint there.
Okay.
Anyway.
I'm inside now.
Or sirens, we don't like those
I
either.
didn't notice it because they come by every 20 minutes up here.
Okay. Well, we got, but the quart of Living Earth probiotics is on special for $39.50 at the Power Hour. That is a beginner's must. Let me do this real quick question here on online question before we go back to the callers. My husband is a chemist. He said it was okay for us to use the type of treated lumber that just uses some form of copper. I believe it was for the preservation. We did use cinder blocks on the sides and just topped them with treated 4x4s to sit on and plastic on the inside and the cinder blocks for the bed. Any problems with that, Ron?
The copper, I don't know on the new stuff. He's right. It's very different color even from all the copper. Mm-hmm. I know that you can overdose on trace minerals. You can. So if you're, like I said, if you're concerned with it, just put some latex paint on it or buy a different, rot-proof wood.
Okay, rot-proof wood is the answer. All right, let's go to and see who they have questions for here. Tim in West Virginia, you're on the air with Ron and with Wayne. Go ahead, please.
Greetings, folks. I got a testimonial for Ron's techniques and a question for Wayne. I've been 25 years an organic farmer and Ron's a kindred spirit. Everything I've heard you say, Ron, you could walk out my door and it's been happening for 25 years.
Thank you.
And it works, and the more you put into the soil, the more you get out. One thing about the reason those paths he talked about work so well is you reduce the surface area of your garden space, which reduces the evaporative uptake, and all of those, we use planer shavings because they're a little fluffier, and we add lime to them a little bit, but then they become a sponge, and so they hold a whole lot more moisture to feed your beds when it does in between rains. And so everything Ron said, it works great. And I'm a lazy farmer, so if you can use gravity-fed water supplies and incorporate permaculture stuff, if you got a hill, catch your water up there and let it drain down naturally. Put keyways in. So when it does rain, it feeds into the pathways.
Okay, now what is permaculture?
Well, that's just setting up your farm so that, like, we've got spots where our Oriental greens every year just grow, and we just have to take the plants that went to seed and spread them out. It's setting up a system that waters itself, that you don't have to put a whole lot of energy into. It works with nature to self-propagate, and you put different sets of plants together to self-shade as they grow. And if you use the right combinations of seed, and, of course, seed that will replicate, you can get systems going that require very little work.
Excellent. Okay, let me go to Ron.
Just one question on Wayne's on his product. I was wondering if I've heard you talk about breaking down minerals in the soil. Does it also help with the transmembrane transfer in the rhizomes as far as getting minerals through, like a straight biodynamic?
What it does, it bypasses that. That's the uniqueness about the product. It bypasses the fungus transfer. Yeah, you go straight into the plant because it's bioavailable instantly to the plant. It doesn't need to have that, and if you don't have that in your soil, it doesn't matter because it bypasses it.
Dilates the membranes with it.
Right. It's a direct, like for instance on our mineral product for our earth product, you can just put it on your skin
You don't have to ingest it in your mouth. It goes right through into the bloodstream within 17 seconds.
Whoa, wow, that's
And
awesome.
then the cells pick it up the same way with the plants. The cells pick it up instantly because it's bioavailable. It's ready. The bacilluses work in the soil to break down the heavy rock minerals, and they make it turn into a liquid. They transform it. They transmute it from the hard rock mineral to a liquid. And then the rhizome picks it up and transmits it to the plant. But you don't have to have it there. If the root hits it, it'll go right in. This is why we've done research in hydroponics where we don't have any of that fungus in the water, yet it transfers right into the plant.
Okay,
one thing about the stone or block around the beds, those will pull in slugs. If you create something around your beds that'll hold moisture like that, they don't like sand or like sawdust and stuff. But if you give them a place to hide, slugs can do a lot of damage to young plants.
Yes.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you very much for the phone call then, Tim. Real quick, do you want to respond to that, Ron?
You are a kindred spirit. I'd love to see your farm. What I was telling Joyce yesterday is the raised beds. Yeah, you could give me you could take one area of a certain size and do your traditional row gardening like they do. And you give me one the same size, and I'll lay it out in beds, and I can grow several times more food than you can with the rows.
Interesting. Very good. Thank you very much, Tim from Virginia. You sound like a definitely kindred spirit. Don in PA. Don in Pennsylvania, you're on the air. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, hi, guys. A question for both of you. Last year or 2 years ago, I turned right around and put a whole pickup truck load of cow manure fresh into I'd have to say a 5x15 spot there. I layered it, left it sit over winter. It didn't really come out as well as what I expected to because, well, we had a bad summer and then, or not a summer, but a bad spring and cold summer. And now my other question is, on my tomatoes, we had the blight. Would that blight go down into the soil, or is that like a done deal? Because I've heard it both ways.
Okay, let me go to Ron first.
The blight is spread by water splashing the soil that has the blight in it up onto the plants. There's two things you want to do with your tomatoes. You want to never water them overhead if you can help it. The other thing is don't water them, just splash them with a garden hose. Keep mulch around them to keep that dirt from splashing up on the plants.
Wow, that's what I do all the time is water them from above. Okay, and what did you want to ask Wayne?
Since I got all the fresh cow poo there, would I need any of his minerals the first couple of years?
Okay, your response?
Okay. The reason that your cow manure is not working well is because there's no life in the cow manure. Most of the cow manure out here is full of antibiotics that you get from the dairy farms and things like this. And I've known people up in Nebraska that have literally thousands of tons of this stuff sitting up, and it does not digest because there's no life in it. So you have to put some kind of life in there. I would recommend the probiotics in there. If you have it in the soil now, by fall, it'll all be digested out. All that nutrient will be put into the soil.
Excellent.
The blight, we've had very good success with blight, the fungus in the soil, removing especially with tomatoes, because it does live in the soil. They call it rust, and it's a fungus. And what we do with our products is we think, and because we can't prove this, that the blight disappears because the probiotics that are in our solution consume the food that the blight that eats. So it removes it that way. We have products that kill the blight, that kill viruses, bacteria, and fungus, but we can't use it in the soil yet because it's classified as a pesticide. We can stop, like the fungus in the soil, we can stop the bad fungus from growing, and the government considers it as a herbicide. So we can't claim that. We can't say that. We can't. They're actually tying our hands. We've got products right now that remove every disease in the water, but we can't claim that because it would be classified as a pesticide or a chemical. With all these different researches that we're doing right now, we've got a product right now we can spray on spider mites, and it dissolves. It's natural. It's enzymatic activity. And in the same product you can put in your eyes or your skin, but the government will not let us say that.
Okay, what can we do? How can we get these products out?
That's very difficult. The product that we have for the spider mites is a huge thing, a huge problem in this country, and we can kill that spider mite within 5 seconds. We've tested it and tested it and tested it a natural product. It's enzymes that destroy the spider mite.
Okay, well, after the show, I'm going to talk to you, and we'll bring on a product that does a whole lot of really good things, but we can't tell you what they are. But trust us, buy it. Okay, let's go thank you. Let's go to Donna. Boy, I'll tell you, I'm going to do more gardening shows. I think I'll do gardening shows every single day. I have not had one negative email today. This is awesome. Let's go to Donna in Florida. Donna, you're on the air. Go ahead, please, with Ron and Wayne.
I have squirrels that are more industrious than I am, and I either need to know how to get rid of them or train them. What to do.
Ron, what's your response?
Well, I shoot them. But that doesn't go over real big with everybody. Or if you live in a city, you can get the have-a-heart traps and put corn in and trap them and then move them to, out in the woods or something. Or get cats like to catch them. Some cats will actually kill them. And dogs. That's really about all I know.
Yeah, they're pretty aggressive. All right, thank you very much, Donna, for the phone call. I think I would train them and make them pets myself. Robert in New York, you're on the air. Go ahead, please, Robert.
Royce, Ron, and Wayne. I just wanted to remind Wayne of the spectacular growth that Lloyd has had in Nebraska with the corn, the growth of this 24-inch squash.
That's right, yes.
And I wanted to, if Wayne can talk about it, the comparison with the GMO experiments they've done and the fields next to a GMO field. And the last thing is Wayne is saying he's getting it certified organic, but that doesn't mean the product hasn't been organic before that. That's all I wanted to say.
Oh,
Thanks,
you are
Wayne.
so smart. Thank you so much for the phone call, Robert. Wayne, your response.
The organic certification, everything I use in my product is organic or certified minerals that are what they are, and there's no heavy metals or anything like that, any chemical in them. We ran through all the tests, got all our testing done, and it passes, better than anything out there in the market. And we've had comments from the labs saying this stuff is, we can't find anything in it. You can take the Dead Sea magnesium chloride, for instance, and we have the test results on all that. And what it is, once you process the product, you can't find those trace minerals anymore because they've been transmuted to another product. And they don't know what, for instance, a researcher can't tell you what a piece of potato, when it is digested, what it is left over. They don't know, so they can't find it because it's broken down to the molecule. It's a very unique research, and that is what we use, all organics. So when they do the testing on it, trying to find something, they can't find it.
This is awesome. Listeners, there's no reason to keep looking for something else. This is the best, and it's available at the Power Hour at Living Earth Probiotics quart and gallon. They're on special. We also have the other for humans, too. So just so you know, we have the humans. We're not wanting to confuse the issue right now, but if you know how good the garden stuff is, just imagine how good the human stuff is. Final caller. Go ahead.
Oh, one thing I need to recommend, this is not a full-line type of fertilizer. It is considered an amendment. So we always need the organics in there to feed the plant on top of this product.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier with Ron. Okay, Marie in Oregon, you're on the air with Ron and Wayne. Go ahead, please.
Good morning. I was wanting to know if you can use the probiotics on raspberries, blackberries, fruit trees, on the foliage, and if it would be 150 to 1.
Yes, it would be 150 to 1. I highly, I'm not going to say highly recommend, but I don't recommend using it on fruit trees. And the reason is, we've done tests in the past, and the company doesn't want to be responsible for breakage of limbs on trees, and because of the fruit-bearing capacity once you spray the trees. I would more likely see you apply it to the limb line of the tree in the fall, and your tree has an ability to keep up with that growth rate. But if you do it in the springtime, you're going to see, before the blooms come out on the tree, you're going to see massive production of fruit and possibility of stripping your limbs off the tree.
Wow, I like your honesty, Wayne. I really do. Thank you very much for the phone call. Let me ask you I have some, this is a question from Jean in Maine. I have some Living Earth minerals from last year. Is it still good? They've been in the fridge all winter.
Yes, they should be just fine. We've kept them in a cooler for 2 years.
Okay.
Now, if you keep them outside the refrigerator and they turn black, that's because the microorganisms are dead in there.
Okay.
But it doesn't mean that the product still won't work because it still has the trace minerals in there.
Okay, if it's turned black, it's not good then.
Right.
Now, anything else that you should not use the probiotics for? Because we're about out of time. We've
Really
only
good
got
on
about a minute
raspberries.
left.
It works really good on raspberries, blackberries, and all the any vine growing. But the only thing I would say, don't use it on onions.
Onions.
Or very little, right.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Ron Kleinfelter and Wayne Blakely, for joining us today. It's been awesome. You guys are just incredible. Get their works at a favorite guest at the Power Hour also, because Wayne Blakely always has amazing things to tell us about probiotics. Now, as we discussed earlier, the FDA going in and taking those probiotics of another company, we're going to address that with him because, we don't want to say anything to get anybody in trouble. He has what's called, and we think are the absolute best, and I can say that unequivocally, Living Streams Probiotics. It's a natural, unique, friendly flora in liquid solution. It is years of research that he has put into this, and we are so pleased to carry Living Streams Probiotics at the Power Hour, and we also have a few Living Earth Probiotics just for your garden available, and that's not going to be made anymore because it's just too expensive to make. And we have Wayne Blakely joining us today, and thank you so very much, Wayne, for joining us at the Power Hour today.
Hi, Joyce.
Hey, have you seen about that company that got raided for their probiotics?
No, I haven't. No.
I emailed it to you. It's a company in Eden Prairie, Minnesota, got raided with their probiotics yesterday because they were making quote-unquote claims about probiotics.
Right. Exactly right.
Yeah.
You can, we don't make any claims. We talk about it a little bit. We don't make any claims. We don't even put on any of our literature of what our products can do. That's why it's very difficult to talk about it.
It is. Let me just tell you, just so if you may be interested, the company DDS Acidophilus, DDS Plus, Probio Plus were the name of the items, and then they had one that was really bad, really, really dangerous because it contained cranberry with it, and Crangen DDS probiotics. So, and I'm being sarcastic, of course, here, but how sad it is. Now, there's a reason they're attacking these items that work, and they're attacking only the ones that work.
Right.
And that's well, talk to us. First of all, everybody uses the term probiotic. What does that mean now?
Probiotic means pro-life. It's our bodies are made up of, this has been researched to death, but between 70 and 90% of our cells in our body are made up of bacterium and viruses and fungus. And that means that only 10 to 30% of our body is human cells. They're so symbiotic to our body, we have to have these to survive in our body. And this is what they want to kill all that stuff. Basically the pharmaceutical companies, the doctors, they want to kill all that life in our body, but we would die a horrible death if we didn't have those in it. And antibiotics are something that's anti-life. And they're toxic. They're designed to poison the life in our body. And when we get weak from lack of minerals and lack of nutrition in our bodies, and the pathogens take over, pathogens come in to actually do their job because they think you're dying. So they come in and they take over the body and they start to break it down and start to kill it, finish it off. But when we're full of life and we're full of probiotics, pathogens won't even come near us because our frequency in our body changes. It's like a plant. A bug will only eat a sick plant. If you got a healthy plant, the bugs just bypass them because they know they're healthy. That's the same thing goes on in the human body. So probiotics are pro-life. They're symbiotic to the body. They're supposed to be in there. If they're not in there, then you get sick.
What part of antibiotic or anti-life can we not figure out? And why have we been glibly saying, hey, antibiotics, my doctor gave me an antibiotic, they gave me an against life item. What is wrong with us?
I know. It's very, very sad that the American people have been dumbed down by the chemical and toxic companies out there that are making poison.
It is scary.
They think it's good for us.
Yeah, it's scary. Now, there are some people who have postulated that the reason we have the chemtrails, the reason we have all these poisonous items around us is because our bodies are going to be made to live off of genetically altered items, sort of a false life or a different life. It will not be as healthy a life, but that we will need the genetically altered foods and items to go along with all this junk that we're being sprayed on, given, and whatever. I mean, I guess I could understand that might be a way, to explain all of this, because, nobody can explain why they would want to bring down our health.
That's a question I've been asking myself for many years, on why that the powers that would be, that want to control us, are making us so sick. But our DNA, our human DNA, is so unique that I talked to you about this yesterday. Our DNA is so unique that when toxins come into our body, immediately it gets placed in storage compartments in our body, like the bones, the fatty tissue, liver, different organs, the feet especially, and the hands, because the body is trying to remove the poisons from the blood to put it in a safe place. Now, an animal, for instance, a dog, you can feed a dog a poison, like give it raisins, for instance, and a dog will die from the poison that's in the raisins.
Now, raisins, see, a lot of people don't know that you can kill your dog by giving him those cute little raisins that they jump for.
Right. Half a pound of raisins will kill a 40-pound dog.
Wow.
But you can eat 7 times that amount, you wouldn't even get a stomach ache. Now, what kills the dog is not the raisin itself, it's the toxins that are in the raisin, because they're so toxic.
To the dog, but not to people.
To the dog,
yeah.
Because the dog doesn't have the ability his DNA doesn't have the ability to take this poison and place it in storage compartments in the body like the human DNA does.
Mm-hmm.
See, we're so toxic, we're poison, we're all poisoned. All of us are horribly poisoned. But our body takes that poison, puts it away from the bloodstream to keep us alive. That's why our DNA is so unique. We're the only animal that's able to do that. Nothing else.
And what you have done is create a probiotic that helps us to get rid of all that bad stuff, and I'm trying to talk as generically as we can, but it can get rid of the bad stuff by going through the liver, and that's what I really appreciate by these probiotics.
Yeah, it actually allows the body. This is my theory on it, because you really can't prove it in any way. My theory is it allows the body to release these toxins safely because it's got the probiotics in it. The body recognizes that it's safe now to release it. And, some people with just a drop of liquid probiotics in water, they start detoxing immediately, and they know it. You get a minor headache in the morning, you get nauseous feelings, things like this when they first started. And then over a period of time it gets better and better and better, but more and more toxins come out. I must highly recommend that anybody takes these products drink lots of water, because it makes it go much faster. It makes it more efficient. It keeps you from getting any kind of nauseous feeling, because it's not the probiotics that make you nauseous. It's your own body.
Interesting.
It's releasing toxins. I can drink 4 or 5 ounces of this 2 or 3 times a day if I want.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need that much.
No, we don't recommend people start with that and do that. That's for sure.
No.
But you can, because you have cleaned yourself out, or your body is tolerant of it.
Right. I'm pretty clean after 8 years of doing this. I'm pretty clean.
Yeah.
But I still don't claim to be totally clean, because we're constantly ingesting in the air and the water and the food we're eating, constantly ingesting toxins all the time.
But the average person wants to start out with just a few drops of probiotics.
Right, exactly.
We're going to talk about that later on. We're talking to Wayne Blakely today, and the subject is probiotics. Why do we want to use them? Well, they're for life. You've heard the commercial we've had on here for years about probiotics, about Wayne's probiotics. They are for life, not against life. Now, what is it they do? Well, we're going to ask Wayne, because we're going to talk about 2 different items here. One is called Flora PM, a new one that we're going to carry at the Power Mall, and the probiotics, Living Streams probiotics. Then we'll talk a little bit about the garden ones, although we only have just a few of those left over, and he's not going to be making them anymore because they're so expensive. But Wayne, what does a probiotic? When I take this probiotic, and let's hear, we're not talking about claims or anything like that, but I've got Living Streams probiotics in front of me here. It's a spray, and I take 15 sprays of this. What is this doing when it goes into my body?
The first thing a probiotic does when it hits the body is it sends out identifier cells, just like the immune systems will send out in the body, will send out identifier cells to identify in the local area what kind of nutrients that the enzyme needs to be produced by the probiotic to break down a certain food nutrient. They're very specific in what they do. For instance, if you had some lunch with peas or corn or something like this, these identifier cells will map the food, and it uses photon energy, laser light, or radio frequencies to communicate with the mother cell to produce certain enzymes to break down those specific products.
Wow.
And when it does, it breaks it down efficiently. Now, if you've got a, like with these enzyme companies that make enzymes, I really laugh at those guys because they only break down what they're fed in the tank. They grow them by using probiotics, and then they do a centrifuge to centrifuge the probiotics out of it, and they end up with enzymes. And then they dry them, and they send them out as powdered or liquid form. I think most of them are powder. And they send the enzymes. The enzymes are little acid generators. They inject acid into the food that's in the local area, and it dissolves it, just liquefies it. And that's what I do. I take certain, like I use trace minerals in all my products, Dead Sea Trace Minerals. And what that does is allows it to identify just about any kind of food source in your body. And it has enzymes in it, loaded with enzymes. And those enzymes will break down literally anything in your body that's either a food source or a pathogenic or, anything that's causing problems, how to break that out of the body, releases it. And this is why it does, the enzymes is what does the work. The probiotics do nothing. They just float around and they make identifier cells and they make enzymes is what they do. And they absorb what's coming out. That's what they do. They sit there and absorb the nutrients but they do millions of times more than what they need. So our body, that's the reason we can digest our food. Enzymes break it down to a liquid and we absorb it. And that's what we were doing with the Living Earth products. We were taking minerals from the Dead Sea. We were taking calcium and some other products we added to that, and we were liquefying it so the plant could absorb it immediately. It's just bioavailable to the body and bioavailable to the plant just as well.
Well, how does it do all these wonderful things? And I don't know what things we can talk about.
Father in Heaven created these guys, and I work with him a lot. I do a lot of praying over these products and research, and he's the one that did it.
At first, I got to tell you, when you first told me this, I thought, yeah, everybody says that. But, you really do. I know that now after working with you a long time.
He's the one. He's got to have the credit. I'm just the messenger. That's all I am.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But how does it do this? What does it do?
I'll give you an example of research. Let's see, what's that pain medication? Certain drug companies know things work, and they make a product to relieve pain in the body, but they don't know how it works. They just know that Tylenol, for instance, it's a product that the liver digests, and it produces a certain product which they don't know, which triggers the brain to release a pheromone to relieve the pain. They don't know how it works, but yet they still market it.
Mm-hmm.
That's just an example. Most people, they think that some of these companies are brilliant, but they just know the reaction. They know what the final product is. And basically that's what I do. I know what it can do. I know what these things can do, but I don't know how they function. It's so complicated.
Well, let's talk about what they can do after this break. What we can talk about what they can do. I can't believe we're living in this world. We'll be back after this 3-minute break with more of Wayne Blakely later on. We're talking to Wayne Blakely today, and the subject is probiotics. Why do we want to use them? Well, they're for life. You've heard the commercial we've had on here for years about probiotics, about Wayne's probiotics. They are for life, not against life. Now, what is it they do? Well, we're going to ask Wayne because we're going to talk about 2 different items here. One is called Flora PM, a new one that we're going to carry at the Power Mall, and the probiotics, Living Streams probiotics. Then we'll talk a little bit about the garden ones, although we only have just a few of those left over, and he's not going to be making them anymore because they're so expensive. But, Wayne, what does a probiotic? When I take this probiotic, and let's hear, we're not talking about claims or anything like that, but I've got Living Streams probiotics in front of me here. It's a spray, and I take 15 sprays of this. What is this doing when it goes into my body?
The first thing a probiotic does when it hits the body is it sends out identifier cells, just like the immune systems will send out in the body, will send out identifier cells to identify in the local area what kind of nutrient
that the enzyme needs to be produced by the probiotic to break down a certain food nutrient. They're very specific in what they do. For instance, if you had some lunch with peas or corn or something like this, these identifier cells will map the food, and it uses photon energy, laser light, or radio frequencies to communicate with the mother cell to produce certain enzymes to break down those specific products.
Wow.
And when it does, it breaks it down efficiently. Now, if you've got like with these enzyme companies that make enzymes, I really laugh at those guys because they only break down what they're fed in the tank. They grow them by using probiotics, and then they do a centrifuge to centrifuge the probiotics out of it, and they end up with enzymes. And then they dry them, and they send them out as powdered or liquid form. I think most of them are powder. And they send the enzymes. The enzymes are little acid generators. They inject acid into the food that's in the local area, and it dissolves it, just liquefies it. And that's what I do. I take I use trace minerals in all my products, Dead Sea Trace Minerals. And what that does is allows it to identify just about any kind of food source in your body. And it has enzymes in it, loaded with enzymes. And those enzymes will break down literally anything in your body that's either a food source or a pathogenic or, anything that's causing problems, how to break that out of the body, releases it. And this is why it does, the enzymes is what does the work. The probiotics do nothing. They just float around and they make identifier cells and they make enzymes is what they do. And they absorb what's coming out. That's what they do. They sit there and absorb the nutrient but they do millions of times more than what they need. So our body, that's the reason we can digest our food. Enzymes break it down to a liquid and we absorb it. And that's what we were doing with the Living Earth products. We were taking minerals from the Dead Sea. We were taking calcium and some other products we added to that, and we were liquefying it so the plant could absorb it immediately. It's just bioavailable to the body and bioavailable to the plant just as well.
Well, how does it do all these wonderful things? And I don't know what things we can talk about.
Father in Heaven created these guys, and I work with him a lot. I do a lot of praying over these products and research, and he's the one that did it.
At first, I got to tell you, when you first told me this, I thought, yeah, everybody says that. But, you really do. I know that now after working with you a long time.
He's the one. He's got to have the credit. I'm just a messenger. That's all I am.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But how does it do this? What does it do?
I'll give you an example of research. Let's see, what's that pain medication? Certain drug companies know things work, and they make a product to relieve pain in the body, but they don't know how it works. They just know that Tylenol, for instance, it's a product that the liver digests, and it produces a certain product which they don't know, which triggers the brain to release the pheromone to relieve the pain. They don't know how it works, but yet they still market it.
Mm-hmm.
That's just an example. Most people, they think some of these companies are brilliant, but they just know the reaction. They know what the final product is. And basically that's what I do. I know what it can do. I know what these things can do, but I don't know how they function. It's so complicated.
Well, let's talk about what they can do after this break. What we can talk about what they can do. I can't believe we're living in this world. We'll be back after this 3-minute break with more of Wayne Blakely. Stay tuned to the Power Hour. What can we talk about that these probiotics can do for people? Now, I know we've got lots and lots of testimonies that people have called in and said how much they love them. But what do you see most of all that you can talk about that people experience after taking Living Stream's probiotics?
Well, strength, number one. One thing I do want to cover about the energy levels. Now, I don't know if you know about Bovis Energy. That a guy in 1935 coined that name. His name was Bovis. He was a physicist, and he studied soils. Now, we tested our product, like, for instance, soil at 10,000 Bovis energy units is neutral. And anything above that is healthy. Anything below that is unhealthy. Humans, 8,000 to 20,000 Bovis energy units we carry. Anything above, like 10 or 12, is healthy. Anything below that is sick. We tested our product, our Living Streams probiotic in Nebraska in 2007 by Lloyd. You know Lloyd.
Mm-hmm.
He had a guy test it, and it tested out at 125,000 Bovis units.
Wow.
So when you take the product, it gives you energy. It just makes you feel good. It gives you this energy. And our soil product was tested at 45,000 Bovis units, and our living minerals was tested at 75,000 units. So it does increase the energy in your body, and that's the life in the soil. Like when he was testing, that's how much life's in the soil by testing the energy. Because each one of these microorganisms put out a frequency; they put out energy, and you can feel it when it comes into your body.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the main thing that you will see in this. It just gives you energy, and it's very subtle. It's just very subtle. You get stronger and stronger the more you take it, and the longer you take it. So that's probably the number one thing that it does, and that's what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to make us healthy, make us feel better, like we used to feel when we were kids.
Mm-hmm.
That's the main thing that's safe to talk about. Homeostasis of the body, it balances the body. It allows us to give our potential what we should be feeling.
Mm-hmm.
And, we can talk about how it works with RNA material in the body and how it takes the RNA, which is scar tissue, out. The reason it does it because it's high nutrition product. When we can talk about scars on the skin, and we can talk about what it does for the skin, how it gives you a glow, how it removes all these imperfections in your skin so well because it's food. It's like a really, really high, powerful food.
That's the important thing I want people to get to an understanding of, which I had to understand this also, is that it is a food item, and you're basically putting a food item on your face. And I'll tell you, yesterday, I did not know this before I was talking to him yesterday. And as he is telling me about what it can do for your skin, he didn't know this, but I had set down my phone. It was on the cabinet, and I'm putting the probiotics all over my face as we're talking. And I've been doing it ever since then. I've been just bathing my face in the probiotics. Now, what can I reasonably expect will happen as a result of doing this?
For one thing, your pores will start to shrink. If you got a ruddy complexion, it'll start shrinking those scar tissue. Like you've had acne in the past, put it on your skin. That RNA material that's in there will be replaced by DNA cells. We can see on, for instance, scar tissue. You can see over a period of 3 to 4 months of using this product, you can see a 90% reduction in the scar tissue.
Oh, that is incredible.
Like burns, it works really well on burns. I mean, very, very good on burns. It helps the body allow it to replace it with DNA cells rather than putting this scar tissue in, which is RNA material. And it's like a patch, and it allows it to do it. The reason, when you look at it, why does it do that? Because the blood circulation and through the body, when you damage an area, it slows down the blood circulation. The blood is full of nutrients. So if you can apply it to these areas, it allows it to have enough nutrient to replace the cells normally. And this is one thing we found in the last 18 months of research is this, we've had several people with scar tissue that have been testing it for us. And over a period of time, just taking it orally, these scar tissues will disappear.
That's incredible.
But it works a lot quicker when you put it right on the scar.
Now, I was just, I've got my spray bottle here of Living Streams Probiotics, which like I've told you, I take about 15 sprays whenever I happen to think about it, once or twice or 3 times a day.
That's about 30 drops, yeah.
Okay,
15
and then
sprays, about 30 drops.
Now I put about 3 sprays each on the cat food and the dog food, on each of their bowls of food. Is that enough? Too much? What?
No, you can't take too much. For instance, you can't take too little. I recommend a dog, in the water. It works really good in the water. And anybody taking it works really good. Works better in the water when you put it in water.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it works a lot better.
Oh.
It just goes forth through the water. That's one of the dreams I had. It just works better. I found that out. So it just works really good in the water. And 15 sprays, 15 drops per dog at a 15-pound dog, 25 drops for anything over 15 pounds, like a larger dog. It would be the maximum you need to give them.
Okay, and when we replenish this good bacteria, what is that going to do us, or the effect of any probiotic, but especially Living Streams probiotic?
Well, it always takes time because you've got to clean out the pathogens that are taking their place. And anytime you add a probiotic to the body when it's an infected body, there's a battle going on between the two. And when you first take it, I recommend take it the rest of your life. That's my opinion. But you could take it for, like, say, 6 years, and by that time, the battle is over with, it's been accomplished, and it's actually, because you've got to kill out the pathogens before the probiotics can take its place. Like, for instance, look at it as a forest. Your digestive tract is a forest, and you've got all these scrubby trees and bush taking places of good, healthy trees. You've got to clean out that area before you plant good, because it can't take its place. If they're crowded in so much that they can't get in there. Mm-hmm. So you have to kill out what's there.
But like you say, though, even though you replenish it, we're going to be poisoned every day by what's in the sky or the rain.
That's true. That's why I continually take it, too.
Yeah,
I feel the same every day of my life, basically. Mm-hmm. I don't get real down too much, and I don't get really up because we're constantly being poisoned all the time. So when they're spraying out there, I take a bunch of it. Okay. And it doesn't really affect me. I may be down. Up here where I'm at, sometimes they spray a ton of it, and you feel it the next day. And so you have to take more of it, and then the next day I'm feeling fine. It helps get it out of your body. That's the main thing. It protects you.
Now, I got to tell you, I've been using this all over my face. Now, some people
you'll notice that in a week, about 5 or 6 days, you'll see a huge difference.
Interesting. Now, some people might not. There's a very faint smell to it, which might affect some people that are real smell conscious.
Right.
But it's a natural smell of, I don't know, to me it smells kind of like
a cheesy smell. It's like a cheese.
Oh, like a baby
because
after they've eaten.
It's made from cheese microorganisms. Everything I work with, except a couple of them, are used in the dairy industry to make certain flavors of cheese. Mm-hmm. And they're very powerful. That's why you can put cheese in a cave and let it sit there for months and months, and it doesn't rot. Pathogens can't get in it because the microbes are protecting it.
Interesting.
And that's why I picked up on that. So how can a piece of cheese set in a cave for months and months, and what's in that to keep it protected? Well, it's the probiotics they use. Mm-hmm. They use probiotics in their cheese, all the cheeses, and that's where my first study was when I studied it.
Well, we've had people, though, have some amazing testimonies, and maybe we can open up the phone line since we can't say anything that it does. Perhaps the listeners can at 800.
Well, just real quick, we can talk about how the Flora PM helps such a high nutrient product.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let's do the Flora PM, but let me give out the phone number, 800-259-9231, 800-259-9231, if you have a testimony on the Living Streams Probiotics. Okay, now what is the difference between this and Flora PM? Now, I took that last night before I went to bed, like you said. And what is different?
Okay, the Flora PM is made from one microorganism, it's Plantarum, and I got this species up from a company in Minnesota. And Plantarum is a very unique bug. It's across the board for every animal on the planet, including humans. It's specifically designed by the Father in Heaven to protect the pancreas. It lives in the pancreas. It doesn't live anywhere else in the body. It lives in the pancreas. But what is made with this product? The Plantarum is the only bug I could find that would break down the sphagnum moss from the Arctic Circle that I was experimenting with. All the rest of them it killed it because it has such antibacterial properties to it, and it also kills microscopic parasites. But what it does on a side effect of that is it promotes hair growth. Because it's such a strong food, and it's full of humic minerals, and it's specifically designed for feeding the body, feeding the cells. It's a food for the cells. It's not a builder like the Dead Sea minerals. Those are building blocks of the cell themselves. It helps build the cell walls, helps build everything in the cell. But this product is a food for the cells, gives them energy. And we've been doing for the last 18 months, we've been doing research on specifically women with hair loss. And we've seen some miraculous things happen, especially with color. Their natural color comes back. Their hair growth increases. And you can take it, and you can also put it on the scalp. Put it on the skin. It works faster when you put it on the skin when you're taking it orally, too. So that product is unique. Every one of my products are very unique and specific. And you can't blend these all together to make one product. I've learned that. I tried to. It doesn't work. It doesn't do anything if you blend them together. It has to be specific. So the sphagnum moss takes 10 to 11 years to break down in the soil because it's so antibacterial, antipathogenic properties to it. But you can eat it. It's safe to eat, but your body won't digest it.
So I adapted a microorganism to break that down so it puts it in a solution, puts all the nutrient out of sphagnum moss in the liquid. And that liquid is gold. It really is.
That is incredible.
And
that is
you
amazing.
take it orally, it helps kill out these microscopes. See, most hair loss in women is caused from parasites in the scalp. 90% of it. I've had people tell me 100% of it. So this product does kill the microscopic parasites. So when it does that, it not only kills them out, but it also feeds the cells. It's a food. So we've seen miraculous things happen. People that have the dead hair in their scalp, the hair will fall out, and then you'll see little tiny fuzz start to come in, and it's usually different colored because most people that have hair loss are older folk, and that starts coming in like they were when they were a child. Like if you're a brunette and if you were blonde when you were a child, your hair will come in blonde.
That's
you have gray
amazing.
hair, your hair will come in dark colored. And that's how it works. It's really unique. I mean, we're just beginning the research on it. But that's one of the aspects of what it does.
So one would take the Flora PM at nighttime when they go to bed.
Right, at first.
Okay, and then what?
It's unique because when you start taking this, it promotes melatonin production in the brain when you first take it because your body can only heal when it's sleepy. And once you're past the healing part, this food is a healer. It's food. And your body heals, and then you want to take it in the morning because it gives you huge amounts of energy. But at first, when you first start taking it, for the first 2 weeks or 3 weeks, something like this, you'll want to sleep. So we recommend taking it at night. That's what we call a Flora PM.
Oh,
take it at night to begin with. But once you take it at night and you can't sleep, you're just wide awake, that's when it triggers you to say, hey, we're going to take it in the morning because it gives you energy throughout the whole day.
Interesting. Okay.
Because it'll keep you awake at night if you take it because it just gives you so much energy once you get to that point. It's a unique product, very unique.
Yeah. Well, I decided that I want to do another 7 days on what we call an anabolic fast, which is a Purium fast that we do at the Power Mall, or we sell at the Power Mall. And it's 3 green drinks a day, specialized protein. And anyway, it's all put together for us. And I want to do that, but I want to get as healthy as I possibly can. So definitely I'll be doing the clay, 2 or 3 times a day. I will be doing the probiotics. I'll be doing the Flora PM. How much of the probiotics should I take if I really want to detox myself and get as healthy as I can in those 7 days?
You could do a maximum detox of 3 teaspoons a day of any of the products. That's all I recommend. You can go farther than that if you want. But 3 teaspoons a day is the maximum. We recommend when you get to a certain point, do 3 teaspoons a day for like 3 months, and then you cut back to a maintenance of, like, say, 10 or 20 drops a day. Or you can just, once you get cleansed, you can just take a little bit of the product. You can take a dropper full every day or a dropper full every other day in water, or you can split it up. We highly recommend when you do this, you split it up because it works more efficiently. The body will absorb all the nutrients in these products within 4 hours. So you could do it every 4 hours, a little bit. Doesn't have to be a lot, just a little bit every 4 hours or so to really get maximum usage of the product. And always put it with water. It's much better, unless you're spraying it on your skin or something like that. It works really good in the skin. And another thing it does is when you take it with meals and some water, it helps metabolize your food more efficiently. I can't even count the number of people that I've told them to do this, and their absorption of food went right through the roof, and they can able to gain weight. People that can't gain weight because of their problems in their small intestinal tract, it helps absorb way more food when you do that because it's full of enzymes.
Now, I remember one time you told me that if you were, like you're eating a salad, you can spray this on your salad, and the family won't even know it's on there. Right. But if you put it in the fridge, then it will start.
You got to eat it right away.
You got to eat it right away because it'll start to digest the salad.
Start digesting the salad, right?
That's amazing. I've never forgotten that. We'll be right back after this 3 minutes. And people like Wayne Blakely at Living Streams Probiotics, which we have at the Power Mall. Call them. We'll be glad to tell you what we have. Now, remember, there is the Flora PM, the one you start out taking in the evening because it increases the melatonin production, and the other one, which is the Living Streams Probiotics. Now, there is one that is for the garden. And I want to totally separate this one because it smells differently. It is different. You don't want to take it internally, believe me. Talk about the the probiotics for the garden, would you please? Because we've only got 8 gallons of them. That's it, and they're not going to be made any longer. So tell us about that.
Probiotics is loaded with, a variety of probiotics. It has every probiotic that I use in all my products. Plus, it has soil microorganisms in there from a place in Missouri that I scavenged some land over there. I own it, and I use that property because it's never been tilled. It's never been had an animal on it or anything. It's just been sitting on the side of a hill. And we use a sample of that 3 feet down. We mix it up and put it in the probiotics, put it in that living mineral probiotics. And what it does is it puts the flora back in the soil naturally of what it's supposed to have, along with the ability of my probiotics to break down the minerals. Now, in this continent, there's no probiotics in the soil that breaks down the clay. They're just not here. In Europe there is, but here there is none. And so the clays sit there as a mineral bank, just sit there. And with the trace minerals that are in here, it allows the plant to, when they're bioavailable to the plant immediately, it allows the plant to put out its maximum genetic potential, which means when you grow certain crops, they don't even look like the crop that you've had before because they're expressing all their genetics in the ability with the trace minerals. And that's basically what it does. And over a period of a year, possibly 2 years, the soil completely changes because it's putting the natural flora back out. It's cleaning out the toxins in the soil, which I can talk about that later, what we've done with Monsanto products that are in the soil.
Ooh, I don't know if I would or not.
It takes it out. It actually, what Monsanto preaches about their products, the probiotics in the soil or the animals, the little bugs in the soil will take that out. They preach that themselves. Our product helps it along.
Now, how do they use these probiotics? Because we're going to run out of time, unfortunately. But
you cut them 150 to 1. You spray them on your field, basically, and it goes about 1 quart will go about half acre. 2 quarts in a normal garden is enough for the whole year.
Okay, we've got it in the gallon. We've got it in the gallon, so...
Got it in the gallons, yeah. You can use it anywhere. It promotes your yard. If you want to cut your grass twice a week, put it on your grass.
Yeah, right.
I tell people put it on their alfalfa because it's really good for alfalfa. If you're getting 4 cuts out of a year, you can get 5 cuts. You can use it for literally anything that's in the soil.
Wow.
It doesn't work good on the hydroponic area, but it works great in the soil.
Okay, so not to use on hydroponics.
It doesn't do anything. Seem to do anything. We've done tests. We have a hydroponic product that we're going to be introducing.
Okay.
We have a lot of different kinds of products. We're going to have a skin food product that we're going to make that smells good. That's
really?
Coming out.
Okay.
So, instead of using the living streams on that, it may be 6 months, it may be a year, but I researched it to death.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Now, we have the gallons to have Wayne Blakely join us today. The discussion of probiotics is one we need to have periodically because people just don't understand what it is. And I'm so thrilled to have him join us because he is the formulator of Living Streams Probiotics. And I want to say thank you very much, Wayne, for joining us in the Power Hour today.
Hi, Joyce. Can you hear me?
Roger on that. Sounds good.
I can barely hear you. We've got a really bad connection.
Hey, John, you want to help him out there, boost him a little bit if we can, and if not, I'll have to call him back. Now, can you hear me?
Yes, that's better.
Okay, perfect. Wayne, what I'd like for you to do is I'd like for you to define for us probiotics and then define for us what Living Streams probiotics are, because the term, it's just like saying probiotics are like the term food. You can put a whole lot into that category, and it's different. So what is a probiotic and what is a Living Stream probiotic?
A probiotic is the ones that, like humans, are symbiotic to the body. They live in the body, and it's the home for them. And they like to clean their house and keep it clean, and the different probiotics do different things. But we have thousands of different kinds of microorganisms and funguses that live in our body all the time. And 90% of our cells in our body are made up of bacterium. They're only 10% human. So, a bacterium compared to a cell is like a grain of sand to a 6-bedroom house. The cells are so much bigger, but they live in us. And if we didn't have these microbes in us to cleanse our body and keep us alive and digest our food, we wouldn't live very long. why antibiotics destroy these probiotics in our body, and that's why people get sick ultimately. Because it just kills off the good life.
And we have promoted your probiotics for years because they're so different. They're unique in the probiotic business, I guess you would say, that we have so many comments, testimonies about things that they do that are sort of outside the realm of what a general probiotic would accomplish.
Normal type of probiotic would do, right?
Right. So what is a Living Streams probiotic then in comparison?
Well, it took me many years to develop this product line, and working with certain species of microorganisms. And I don't put a general probiotic together to like a lot of companies. There's a lot of companies out there now that are trying to promote a liquid probiotic. But if you notice, in comparison of the liquid between the powder probiotic, you will see that they grow these probiotics in a milk bath with nutrients and all these kinds of sugars, and they grow them up till the count gets up to about 1 billion per milliliter, and then they centrifuge the microbes out with a fine filter, and then they run it through a dehydration system. Excuse me. Either a freeze-dried system or a 90 to 95 degree system to dry them, and they take all the moisture out of the product, and they throw away all the good stuff, which is the liquid. It's gone. Okay, that's the good stuff. It's full of amino acids, enzymes, and they get rid of all that, and then they package up the dried probiotic, which is usually after they get done with their processing, you have between 60 and 80% of them are dead. But they still got their high count. They're 1 billion per milliliter. You got your high count, but you got most of them that are dead. And the ones that are left have been stripped. Their outer skin on them or their coating have been stripped away because of the centrifuge and the way they process them. And they do this because it's the cost. It's cheaper to do this. It's very, very cheap to do it. And then they package them in a sugar base, or they'll use some other kind of base as a filler. Then they put them in capsules, and then of course they sell them. This is the reason they don't work very well, because they're all either dead or they're been injured so bad that they can't really function. So my probiotics are all alive. We carry between 70 and 90 million per milliliter, and that's what they come out to about. And they're all alive. Every one of them's alive. They're not dead.
And see, I don't think people realize that now if you are getting a powdered probiotic, are you getting dead bacteria?
Between 60 and 80% are dead.
Okay.
That is absolutely, that process that they do kills between 60 and 80%. That's been checked by universities across the country.
So you're really getting only a small percentage of live bacteria that you're being promised that you're getting.
Exactly. Now, they usually use bacilluses, which they're acid-bearing microbes, and they can take the stomach acid. They can really take the stomach acid, not a problem. It goes through the stomach acid, through the enzyme barrier, the small intestinal tract, all the gall that comes out from the liver. They can handle that normally. But when they strip away that outer coat, of that bacillus, the leathery coat, because the centrifuge does this, it just damages them. And if they are still alive, when they hit that acid in the stomach, and then that enzyme barrier, which is about 2 feet in the small intestinal tract, it's full of gall and enzymes. It just basically just kills them.
Okay, what if you were to be asked this question by someone who says, okay, I'm going to consider taking Living Streams probiotics. They are a liquid. They do need to be refrigerated. And they ask you, what will these probiotics do for me? Or once they enter the body, and you take that 10 drops or 20 drops or whatever of probiotics, what is that doing for my body? What happens the minute it hits my body?
Well, the product is loaded with enzymes and amino acids. So it's basically, the whole product is basically a very, very high concentrated food. And the enzymes will break down. We developed our product to digest. The enzymatic activity of it will break down literally any kind of food source in your body. And also help break down minerals. I highly recommend you take these products with your supplements. The enzymes help break down the supplements more efficiently, so you can you can absorb your nutrient much more efficiently.
Good point.
When people can't absorb their food and they no matter how much food they eat, they can't gain weight. This product is perfect for helping to cleanse the digestive tract and also so they can absorb their food more efficiently. We worked with lots of people that just couldn't gain weight.
That is interesting. So they weren't getting the nutritional benefits from their food. They couldn't unlock the benefit of the food.
Right.
All right.
There's a lot of probiotics out there that are earth-based or dirt-based microbes, and they call them bacilluses too. Well, they're in the bacillus family, but they're what you call spore-forming bacilluses, and people are taking these. And these spore-forming bacilluses are coating the digestive tract with these spores. They're like tiny mustard plasters that stick on the inside of the digestive tract. And a lot of companies are marketing these products out there, and I won't name any of them, but they're actually really hurting. I don't have a clue how many people they really hurt, because once the spores get in the digestive tract, you can't absorb anything. You stop absorbing. It kills everything in your digestive tract, and people feel better because they're full of pathogens and they're sick, and they take these probiotics, and it coats the digestive tract. In the first few months you take them, oh my gosh, these are so wonderful. But then they start losing weight and they can't absorb any nutrient because these spores are covering the whole, and that's earth-born microbes, and a lot of companies are out there marketing these right now.
Well, there are those of us who don't want to gain weight and who don't want to think that, gee, I don't need to unlock any more calories in my body. So how do we deal with that? I mean, we don't want people to think that they're going to gain weight by using Living Streams probiotics.
No, they're not. I mean, no, it just breaks down the food more efficiently. Instead of absorbing the bad fat that's in the food and the toxins in their food, Living Streams helps flush these toxins out of the body. You know, a lot of times people will have weight on their body because they're toxic, and the fat cells will absorb. The body puts the toxins in the body, in the fat cells, and you just like. And if you have heavy metal poisoning, there's no way that you can starve yourself and you won't lose weight. Your body will not release those toxins. It will not do it unless you're taking the Living Streams. And this is what is interesting about Living Streams. It triggers the body to release these raw toxins through the liver. It comes out through your urine. It comes out through your fecal matter. It just allows it to release it. And we've studied this for 10 years, and we have no idea how this function works. But it does. It does work. It releases these toxins. That's why some people, when they take our probiotics, they get nauseous because the poisons are starting to come out of their body. They may get a minor headache because the poisons are coming out and their body's releasing them.
Well, that's what I want to get a feeling for, because we've had testimonies of people feeling better, almost practically coming out of a coma. I'm exaggerating, but all kinds of things. What is the one thing that you get as feedback from most people when they tell you, gee, here's my reaction, here's what happened when I started taking your probiotics? Better quality of life. They feel better. They're stronger. It just improves their life dramatically. Now, we can't talk about some of the stuff that the products can do, but we've seen miracles, lots and lots of miracles happen. Little children that are deathly sick bounce back. Okay, well, talk to us about those things. Deathly sick of what? And what happens when I know that the FDA only allows us to say so much here, but what is happening? Tell me what's working in the body that wasn't working before. That's a really tough question to try to answer. Or what is it doing? Is it giving them the nutrients they need? Is it taking out the toxins? It's giving them nutrients and the ability of the body. The body can, if you're taking the Living Streams and the mineral products I recommend, the trace minerals, these mineral products, your body has the nutrient to rebuild your cells correctly. That's the main thing. Your cells, it takes 56 trace minerals to rebuild the cell perfectly. And we're getting 6 in our food. Okay. Oh, that's important. We'll be back after this 4 minutes. We're joined today by Wayne Blakely, Living Streams Probiotics. listeners, I wish I could tell you what he knows, and I know he wishes he could tell you what he knows about living streams, but we can't because of the rules, regulations, codes, and laws and regulatory agencies that restrict this. Nearly every person that has a product line on the Power Hour has been contacted by the FDA, and not for any kind of congratulatory messages either, let me say this. And it's, and if I weren't so desperate to want to get the correct health news to you, having been involved in the field of medicine for 40 years, having been exposed to this kind of misinformation that only makes more illness in our people, I would not be doing what I'm doing today because there are repercussions from it. I must share with you. And we're limited in what we can say, but I want you to read between the lines when Wayne is talking to you, because we have heard the most astounding things that we can't tell you about Living Stream's probiotics. Now, probiotics are not probiotics are not probiotics. Just because they have the P word doesn't mean that they're all the same, and I want you to understand that. We've had incredible restoration of health, let's put it that way, in people that have used the probiotics. You have to try it yourself and see. Now, Erin just emailed me, and she said she was doing the right thing because she sprays her Living Streams probiotics in her mouth right before she takes her green drinks and her smoothies and whatever. Now, is this a good thing to do, to be eating it with our food like that or spraying it with our food, Wayne?
Absolutely. This is the best. It's just, like I said, it's full of enzymes, and we've adapted these probiotics to break down. Now, see, enzymes are mineral or food specific when it comes to probiotics. And we've adapted these microbes to break down except two. There's two minerals that can't digest, and one of them's zinc and the other one's boron. But everything else, we've done tests on this to see if they break down these minerals, and we use the Dead Sea minerals as a base because it has like 80 trace minerals and high in magnesium. It digests these things totally. In fact, when we send a product in with just the minerals in the water, and we had it tested, we got a list of about 78, 79 minerals in this water. Once we applied the product to the base and digested and put food in there and digested everything, they could only find 2. That means that all these minerals across the board were digested to a different form, down to the molecule, so the body could absorb them. And that's one of the key things. Our products are adapted to use all these different enzymes to break down these minerals. They're adaptable. You can adapt microbes to digest different food sources. And once you're able to break down all these minerals, it breaks down across the board all the food in the world. It's more efficient. Mm-hmm. And that's the problem with people. They don't have these microbes to produce the enzymes in their body, so when they eat the food, they don't absorb it. And they absorb putrid fats and putrid food that goes into their bloodstream, which the body looks at it as poison, and then it puts it in the fat cells. It puts it in your liver and your pancreas. I mean, it stores it all over the body. I know this because when I went through my detox, I released all my petroleum products out of my body, and that was a 4-month ordeal. It was horrible because I was dying from petroleum products in my liver.
Wow.
And it just literally took them all out. I am so much better now. I'm 62. I'm so much better now than I have been. I mean, I feel better. I feel stronger and better than I was at 40.
Interesting. And as people age, of course, we're always looking now, we're more desperate to find those things that work, reverse the processes that we sort of put into action when we were younger, and we want to stop doing the things that are causing the problems because we want to be able to function as long as we can, as fully as we can. And something like probiotics, I really believe that plays a huge role, that without that, then things are going to start going wrong. I mean, am I correct?
We're being poisoned by the food we're eating. The food is absolutely, unless you grow it yourself, and keep it in a greenhouse, keep the chemtrails off of it, you're getting poisoned. Anything in a grocery store is full of poison. And when you bring your vegetables up to the counter, so I found this out from a guy in Texas, that when you run it through that scanner, that laser scanner, it takes all the life out of the food.
I've heard that. I've heard that before, and I also have I've at times asked them not to put my produce through a scanner, wondering if that makes a difference.
It does. Well, as long as it's near it, that scanner's running all the time, that laser light's coming up out of it.
That's
Keep it away from that scanner. Don't let it go across that scanner.
I wish there was some way we could do a study on this. We'll be back after this 3. So if you don't mind, give us a general rundown on probiotics versus mineral probiotic versus Flora PM. Would you please, Wayne?
Okay, the Living Streams probiotic is a multi-blend. I put on the label the 2 predominant species in there, but there's 15 microbes in there, so it does a lot of different things. One of the microbes that are in that solution is known to take plaque out of the bloodstream, out of the heart and the veins. And the rest of them are support microbes for the liver, and they really help rebuild the liver. They cleanse your liver. It's a big cleansing product and an energy product, okay? Now, the Living Mineral Probiotics has 80 trace minerals in it. It's high in magnesium. It comes from the Dead Sea. It's what I manufacture that product with, the Dead Sea minerals. They're totally bioavailable to the body instantly. And it helps. Those are the building blocks of your cells. Okay, you need those trace minerals to rebuild the cells perfectly. Now it's like look at it like you're building a steam engine. Okay, and you're making the best parts to build a steam engine. You build a steam engine, but you have no coal to run the engine. This is where the Flora PM comes in. Those are humic minerals. Those are energy minerals that the cell utilizes for burning as energy. So they're different than the other minerals. Those have about up to some of the minerals that I have up to 80 humic minerals in there, and it's full of fulvic acid. So it helps the cell work better. See, it's not the building blocks that build the cell. That's the trace minerals do that. So this is the 3 that are my basic products that actually bring your health back, because it not only will help your cells replace themselves perfectly, but it will help you run that engine, which is the cell, more efficiently.
Okay, now, if I've never used Living Streams before, and I'm going to call the Power Hour and I'm going to ask them, which one do I need, how do I tell which one I need?
Well, that's very difficult, because everybody reacts to the product differently. Everybody's different. Everybody has certain toxins in their body that other people don't. I mean, everybody's different. So when you take this is why sometimes when people call me, I have a difficult time telling them what's going on in their body, because everybody reacts differently. 90% of the people that take my product see a big energy boost. Then you got people that are really, really sick, and then when their body starts detoxing, you'll see toxins come out of. You get a bad taste in your mouth because toxins are coming out through your saliva glands. You'll sweat. Your armpits will stink. There's just different things, and you might get a mild, a headache in the morning when you wake up, because that's a sign of detoxing.
Oh, wait a minute. And I'm going to pay you to do this to me? Make my armpits sweat?
Well, it's
hey,
not
what a deal.
It's not the product. It's the body. The body's trying to slough off all these poisons in the body.
Okay, but again, if I'm going to call the Power Hour, how do I know, or where would I start? Would I start with the regular probiotics?
I would always start with the Living Streams probiotic and or the Flora PM. The Flora PM is the softest of the 2. Now, it's full of plantarum, which is a microbe that inhabits and lives in the pancreas. And it will help support the pancreas. And new research shows that the plantarum microorganism it's one of the toughest microbes there is. And you can't hardly kill it with antibiotics. It's so tough. But it lives in the pancreas, and it produces all the enzymes for the pancreas, which is very, very important research that I've studied, because the pancreas produces numerous enzymes, and it's the brain for the digestive tract. So if it's healthy, if that guy's healthy, then your whole digestive tract is healthy. And my mother died from pancreatic infection, so I know her digestive tract shut down. And that's what she died from. It took her 2 weeks to die because she had an infection in her pancreas. This was prior to me having my product.
Mm-hmm.
It's about 13 years ago.
Wow.
So this is one of the areas that I studied in the pancreas and the digestive tract and the cleansing. I mean, all these different microbes help. They're just like little workers that go in there and they produce the enzymes. See, it's not the microorganism. It's the enzymes and amino acids that they produce that do the work. See, that's why when you have a probiotic out there, they take all the liquid out of it. The liquid is what is important. It's like a pure food. and they eliminate that, and they just sell the microbe. And it takes time for the microbe to come into your body and heal itself because it's damaged on the powdered probiotics. They're damaged, so they have to heal themselves. Then they start producing. They're breaking down, producing enzymes and amino acids. They produce the enzymes, and the enzymes break down the food, and that's what produces amino acids. But usually, when you're taking a regular powdered probiotic, they start working just as they're passing through the rectum, as they're going out of you. That's how long it takes for them to come back to life. And
I see.
My probiotics are live, and the acid doesn't bother them. They're totally live and totally healthy. And the liquid is what does the healing and helping the body cleanse itself.
All right. So let's say you think you're pretty well. You live a fairly clean life. You eat clean foods, and you've detoxed before. And would you just start off with the probiotics?
I started out with a Living Streams probiotic and started out with drops. And you can work your way all the way up where you can take, I have some people taking 3 tablespoons a day.
Yeah, but you don't start out that way, though, do you?
No. You start out with drops. Mm-hmm. And you increase the 2 or 3, 4 drops a day. You start out with 1 or 2 drops the first week and find out how it feels for you. Because you got to remember, your body's starving for food. I mean, literally starving. We're all starving to death. When you take these products, they're high energy food. They really are good food for the body. And that is what triggers the body to, it's safe to dump these toxins out. Our genetics as a human being are made up way different than an animal. When poisons come into our body, immediately the body stores these toxins in the cells and fat cells. It's muscles, they'll put it in your muscles, your joints, your liver, your pancreas. It's all these different chemicals are stored in different areas, like little pockets. And it's so hard to cleanse a human body. But an animal, if you do this with an animal, within a week they're clean. Because they don't have that ability to store these poisons in the body. So they get clean real quick. So a human takes a lot longer.
All right. Now, I want to ask about animals and children. What do you give to, or what would you recommend for your dogs and your cats to spray over their food?
I would just basically, you put it in their water.
In the water?
You just apply the Living Streams, and you could do that the same thing with a dog you can with a human. Start with the Living Streams, and you go to Flora-PM. The Flora-PM helps kill off microscopic parasites. We've discovered that. And there's 256 known parasites in North America. I'm not counting the ones that are coming up from Mexico. But basically we have 256, and about 200 of those are microscopic. And this product does eliminate the parameciums, the amoebas, and a lot of the flatworms. It doesn't kill the big stuff. It won't kill the big stuff, but it will kill all the stuff, the skin parasites you get. You can apply it to the skin. It's a great product for softening the skin, if you put it on your hair, it helps your hair grow. The Flora-PM does. Mm-hmm. And then we have the certain kind of skin parasites you want to use the living minerals on, especially skin parasites in the face. You can rub that on your face with a pad, and you can watch the parasites come right out.
Whoa.
It'll just draw them right out. They're going after the minerals. The parasites go after the minerals, and you just put them on your face. I've seen people do this. Rub this on their face with a cotton ball, and the parasites will come out of their skin going after the minerals because it's a high mineral product.
You know, that sounds kind of creepy.
Well, there's lots of people, especially Africans, people from Africa, they have major skin parasites. And we work with people like that have it and get those parasites out just by rubbing the living minerals on their skin, and parasites will just come right. They look like pinworms.
Interesting. Okay, so back to the dogs and the cats. You spray it in their water. You spray the Flora-PM, do you say?
We do that. We start with the Living Streams.
Okay.
And then you can work your way through the others.
Okay.
And it's all good nutrient. But you will see a difference in a dog, a total change in the dog in 6 weeks. Totally. Their personalities change because they're healthy.
Wow. Okay, what about children?
Children are just like, they're clean. They're basically clean. They take onto our product. You can apply our products to children just exactly like you would like an adult.
Okay, so you start out just drops at a time and work your way up.
Drops at a time to increase. You can increase a child quicker because they're clean. They're basically pretty clean. They're not full of toxins.
Okay. Now, I want to open up the phone lines. If you have any questions, if you have a testimony, 855-995-6923. If you would like to talk to Wayne Blakely, 855-995-6923. You know, we've had the commercial on the Power Hour for so long because I believe so much in the probiotics, the Living Streams probiotics. And I just encourage all of you to get back on the bandwagon of using the probiotics, because some people were really using them a lot and then kind of dropped off thinking, well, I don't need them anymore. But I think with the environment that we have now, the incredibly contaminated environment, we probably need to rethink that and get started back on using the Living Streams probiotics.
It's serious. This is why I try to be very careful what I say and everything, because we have to have this product. My goal is to keep this available for everybody, and if I have to keep my mouth shut, I'll keep my mouth shut. Wow. I will not go out there, and I'm not a big hyper that goes out and hypes my product like a lot of companies do.
No, you're not. I mean, you don't do all the,
And we've been attacked. But, it's because one of my distributors was saying too much stuff, talking about viruses and things like this on the website. But they've kept me alone. The FDA has two criteria. You have to have a product that works, and you have to have money in your bank. If you don't, they'll write you letters if you have a product that works. They won't come out after you unless you have a lot of money in the bank. And that's where I've been. I've been, keeping that money level low. They will not come after me unless I have money in the bank when you have products. But you have to have a product that works. That's why a lot of these companies are advertising their product. It cures this, it cures that, it cures this and that and that. But they don't come after them because their products do not work.
Okay.
See what I mean? You have to have two criteria for the FDA to act. So that's where I'm at right now. So I try to keep a low profile. And it's I have to do that because there's so much need out there for our products. It really is.
And who would benefit from it the most?
The quickest benefit is for the children. They bounce back super quick.
Okay, but I mean somebody that has a disease process going on.
Well, yeah, it's a food source. Remember, because the body can heal itself from anything if you put it in the right environment. So another thing our product does, our Living Stream does, is puts huge amounts of oxygen in the bloodstream. Huge. I mean, absolutely huge.
Oh, that is big.
And
that is really important.
You got to change the terrain. You've got to change the terrain so that these diseases and stuff cannot live in the body. They just cannot live in an oxygen-rich environment. And the Paracacia produces large amounts. That's what's one of my microbes in the solution. It produces large amounts of a product called peroxidide, which is it converts. I mean, it releases water-soluble oxygen into the bloodstream. It's not bubbles like hydrogen peroxide. It's water-soluble. It goes into the bloodstream. Your blood becomes incandescent red when you take these products because the oxygen levels go through the roof.
That's real important. People, we've talked about this over and over again, that an oxygen-rich environment is important to keep cancer out, to keep all kinds of things out of the body. Oxygen-rich environment.
And the more you take it, the more you're putting this in there, the more microbes you're putting in, and they're living in your body, and they will keep producing this peroxidide, which is it's like hydrogen peroxide, but the difference between hydrogen peroxide and peroxidide is that there's several different kinds of hydrogen peroxide, and these guys produce water-soluble oxygen. No bubbles, just water-soluble. It goes straight in there, and your blood becomes incandescent red. I mean, so bright that it's like it's unbelievable how bright your blood gets.
Interesting. And that shows health. That shows strength, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go to Ralph in Michigan. Ralph, you're on the air with Wayne Blakely. Go ahead, please, Ralph.
Hey, Joyce, thank you. Hey, I was wondering, now we just got that probiotics like 2 months ago, and my wife's been shoving that down me too. But she's also shoving it down our turkeys and guineas and our dogs and cats. And I was wondering, that ain't going to hurt our turkeys, is it?
No, you'll see several things happens when it comes to the chickens and turkeys. Is your food consumption will drop dramatically, and you'll see growth rates and egg production increase.
Well, I don't see the food consumption dropping.
Well, you're probably not giving it enough. And I'm working on a chicken product to help for the chickens.
Interesting. So
we've done a lot of research on chickens, how we increase the growth rates. We can get a chicken to weight, like a 9-week chicken. We can get a 9-week chicken to 8-pound size in 7.5 weeks. And one farmer saved 5,000 pounds in feed on his 100,000 chickens.
Wow.
By using our products. And his chickens were all totally healthy. They were all uniform. They all exactly the same weight. The feathers. We've seen chickens that through their life never molt. And they produce 1 egg every 25 hours through their life, through a 5-year cycle. We tested. So
well, our turkeys are still producing eggs, and our chickens are producing eggs. Mm-hmm. The guineas stopped laying, but I mean, everybody seems to be really healthy and getting fat.
Yeah.
But
do you know how much? Do you know how much you're using, Ralph?
My wife puts it in their drinking water, along with tangy tangerine and all this other stuff. And because I started worrying, I'm like, the stuff, I'm not saying the stuff's pricey, but I'm cheap, and to me it's pricey, but we still get it because we know it's healthy for us. And, she's starting to give it to everything we got, and I'm like, my wallet's getting thinner.
Good point. Maybe.
Well, we did a test in South Carolina where we took a normal, he had 100,000 about 9-week chickens. And we dropped his death rate from an average of 8% down to less than 2%.
Yeah, well, we don't have any dead animals. That's for sure.
I understand, but I'm talking about these big farms that produce 100,000 chickens every 9 weeks, and we did tests on those. We did tests on 5-week chickens up in Virginia, where we've seen some huge improvements. The absorption rate went from a 70% to an 89%. They were absorbing more of their food, and they saved the money on the food savings was dramatic. We had a guy in Minnesota that had his chickens on our product. He had 250 chickens, and he had
Okay, we got a 3-minute break. Hold on to that story. We'll come back with a chicken story and Ralph after this 3-minute break with Wayne Lister. Joining us today is Wayne Blakely. We're almost out of time, and I really hate this because we got so many calls from people. Real quick question. I know Ralph is still there, but Morgellons. Will this help with Morgellons, yes or no?
I don't like to get on that subject because researchers that out there that are researching this, they end up have a tendency to be put in jail.
Okay, good answer.
So that's the answer that I just,
Okay.
I'm trying to keep from getting,
I know, can't hurt. Can't hurt.
Say.
Yeah. Okay.
I have worked on that in the past, but I gave it up when.
Okay. Question about, I still have some in my fridge that have expired. Can I still use them?
Oh, absolutely. They'll last 2 years in the refrigerator.
Okay, so as long as they haven't changed in the smell, there's kind of a, how do you describe the smell of them?
Well, it's a digested food. It's fermented. It's got, it's high in lactic acid, and we ferment it totally, and it's got a smell to it. I mean, because of the food that I use to make the enzymes is unique, and a standard probiotic will not digest the food that I feed it. Mara said the enzymes are specific to the food. That means you have to put a variety of food in there and adapt them to break those foods down. Normally, you take those normal probiotics out in the field where you get them out in the stores and everything, and you put them in the food that I feed them, they won't even touch it. They'll die. So I had to adapt them to break down. And everything I use is vegan. There's no animal products. There's no chemicals in it whatsoever.
Excellent. Okay.
No corn. There's no wheat. There's nothing like that in there.
Okay, getting back to Ralph in Michigan. He's got all these turkeys, and you are bleeding him dry trying to feed all the animals on his farm.
Well, when you see the manure coming out of these chickens, when they're coming out like rabbit pellets, that's when you've got the right amount of probiotic in there, because the absorption rate is very critical on getting a healthy animal. And you will see that happen. You will see the manure, the glob that comes out of a chicken, that's undigested food. These chickens, when you put the right amount in the water, you will see their manure come out like rabbit pellets. That means they're absorbing all the food you're feeding them, and the chicken is healthy.
Okay, and Ralph, anything else you'd like to add?
No, there's nothing else. You answered my question, but, that's funny you saying that, because I noticed the turkey and the chickens and the guineas, their manure that is coming out isn't coming out runny like a lot of birds. It's coming out more of a small solid.
Right, exactly. It comes out, it'll actually get even better the more you give it to them because the enzymes help break down the food more efficiently, and they'll absorb all the nutrient you'll feed them. And this is why you won't have any problems with the chickens. And when you get them on this product, also, they won't fight with each other. They stop the fighting. When the confined area, when you raise them in confined area, their whole personality changes. They're more satisfied.
So it even has a tranquilizer in it, huh? No,
well,
just kidding.
They're happy. Just
they're
to
happy.
say, that's one thing, it makes happy chickens.
Okay, now maybe, are you going to come out with something that's going to be a little bit cheaper maybe for animals?
Well, I have a product, but you don't market it, so
we will.
LS Poultry.
We will.
LS Poultry, yeah.
Well, talk to me after the show, and we'll make sure we have it.
It's way cheaper. It's not made in a confined laboratory conditions. The Earth product is, but it is clean. I mean, it's clean, but it's not made in the same environment. That way I can do more of it.
Okay, Wayne, are you happy with that?
Yes.
I mean, I don't mean Wayne. I mean Ralph.
Oh.
Well, yeah, I'd like to know more about that if it's cheaper.
Okay, we got to have him back on the show again, it sounds like. Thank you very much.
Okay.
If we can make happy chickens, I mean, my goodness, and a happy Ralph. I mean, we really want a happy Ralph. That's what we want.
Well, one thing you can say, you can keep a chicken laying eggs for 5+ years, and they'll still lay an egg every day.
Wow, Josh wants some, I know. Hey, thank you very much, Wayne Blakely. Love you. And joining us is a person who's been with us for a long time because of a product that works, and I do mean work. Living Streams Probiotics. There is nobody like Wayne Blakely in what he does with probiotics. There are no probiotics that even come close to his. And, of course, you know, lots of you have tried others. I've tried others also. Nothing comes close. So we're thrilled to have him join us today. Thank you so very much for joining us today on the Power Hour, Wayne Blakely.
Well, thank you, Joyce, and I know you're having a rough time right now.
Oh, no, not for a Power Hour team member. This is easy stuff for us, you know. The hard stuff, it'll come later, but we're just thrilled to be on the air today. We've got a generator going for about 3 hours, and we're all set. Let's talk about probiotics, because you have taken these probiotics and put them in some other items, and they are doing amazing things. But the amazing things you told me we couldn't talk about last night, which just really, really makes me feel like I want to scream from the rooftops.
Yeah. The discoveries we made in 2003 and 2004, and then all the test results we did in 2005, we cannot publish them.
Even though they're test results.
Right. Right now we have we're testing products in a USDA lab in California, and we cannot publish those results. We won't be able to.
So frustrating, and it is doing so. So people are going to have to A, read between the lines, and B, trust us. That's just all there is to it. You're going to have to trust us because they do work. They are phenomenal, and they do a lot of good things. So let's talk about these liquid probiotics, because this is something that if everybody took on a daily basis, they might not have, let's say, as many problems with their health, but there's not a whole lot we can say.
Right. Well, it does boost your immune system dramatically. So, like my son, he hasn't had a fever in about 7 years. I haven't been sick in at least that long. Sometimes I feel, bad in the mornings and stuff like that, but I haven't had the flu. I just don't get sick. And neither does my family. And lots and lots of other people that use the product.
Okay, we've got this thing going around, and nobody knows what it is, virus, bacteria, combination, fungal, whatever, that people have been carrying in their lungs and in their sinuses and getting a gut problem sometimes for weeks. I mean, some people that have had it for 2 months now. What are we looking at? What do you think is hitting us right now?
Well, probably from the vaccinations that everybody's getting. It's probably that type of virus, that bacteria that's spreading it all over the country. The inoculations, you know how bad the inoculations are. And they're actually giving you live viruses. So, it's not a dead virus. It's a live virus. So that's the big problem. A lot of people that have their immune systems that have been beat down, they're gonna get sick. And then they just spread it to everybody else.
Yes.
That's the agenda.
I don't think people have any idea until they get hit with it. And the one thing that I'm hearing more often than anything else is, I have never felt this bad before, ever.
Right. It's just getting worse and worse. The different companies are manufacturing, I call them designer diseases, so they can create a designer drug to treat them. That's the agenda. That's what's been going on for years, and it's just getting worse and worse. I had a problem with one child out in California that in 30 days, his father called me. In 30 days, he went from stomach flu to being crippled. He had the same exact symptoms as multiple sclerosis. It only took 30 days to cripple him.
Oh my gosh!
Same exact symptoms of multiple sclerosis.
Well, we had Charlie here at the Power Hour, who she had a fever a couple of days before, but that was it, just a temperature, and she was at work and didn't think much about it. Then 2 days later, she got up to go to the bathroom at 4 a.m., and everything was fine. At 7 a.m., she got up, and her legs were partially paralyzed and went into full paralysis of her right leg.
Right. That's what happened to this boy, right arm and right leg.
Wow. What happened, and what did he do for it?
It was a virus.
Okay.
That's a virus. That's one of those designer diseases that they're creating. Using the DNA from the MS. MS is a bacterial infection that gets into the brain. My theory is that the same one that for Parkinson's and Lou Gehrig's disease is just attacking different parts of the brain. It comes into the body like the stomach flu, and then it travels through the bloodstream and gets into a low blood flow area, which is like the brain, the fatty tissues of the brain. Then it starts producing enzymes to break down the myelin sheath. And that research I read that research 8 years ago.
Wow.
So, I mean, it's out there. They know it. They just don't treat it for that. You just don't know how to treat it.
So what we're looking at is this disease that can do so many different things in the body depending on where it settles, whether it settles in the brain.
Exactly. That's my theory on the MS. MS, Parkinson's, and Lou Gehrig's. I believe it's the same bacterium. It just lands in different parts of the body, does the same damage. It's really the same damage. Parkinson's disease lands in the area where the body produces dopamine, and then Parkinson's disease lands in another. MS lands in another area, and then Lou Gehrig's lands in the brainstem, and it affects your breathing and your swallowing, things like that. So I think it's basically it's the same guy, you know.
Same bacteria wherever it lands.
Right.
All right. Well, then why is it that probiotics are something? Now, well, let me just ask you, this young boy, what did you recommend for him to do?
Well, I had to make up a special product to help him out, and it just helped his immune system to stabilize. Because your immune system, the reason people's immune system is so damaged in this country is because of the mycoplasma that was sprayed on us from 1960 to 75 by Merck Pharmaceuticals. And it's called a brucellosis mycoplasma. And you can do that search on the internet, and about 30,000 websites will come up talking about it. And that's the beginning of your sickness. That's why everybody in this country is sick, number one. And every leaf, every bug, every bird, every animal has that mycoplasma, including us, mycoplasma sitting on top of our cells. And it's causing your immune system to divert itself away from the diseases that come into the body, and it starts attacking its own cells. That's what causes all autoimmune diseases. And when I did that research, I was just flabbergasted of how cruel these people can be.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's even on the egg and the sperm, so when the baby's born, it has it. Now, it's like a picture sitting on top of the cell, like a negative. And when the cell divides through mitosis, splits apart, it carries a copy of it with it. And when the immune system looks at the cell, it thinks you've got brucellosis, which is a very, very nasty bug. Brucellosis is more serious than AIDS. It's more serious than hepatitis. It's more serious than lymphoma, leukemia, because because it will kill you, and the body knows this. The identifier cells in the immune system identify it as brucellosis, and so your immune system is shut off, and it's attacking itself because it thinks it's killing the brucellosis. When it's not really a disease, it's just a picture of it. They use brucellosis DNA and they apply it to a retrovirus, which is a cracked up piece of inert virus. It's broken to pieces. It's like mirrors because a virus is made up of silicon. It's like a mirror. They applied it. They come up with this in the mid-40s. And they tried to sell it, Merck tried to sell it to the government as a bioweapon, and the government didn't want it.
Well, you know, a lot of people know about the mycoplasma that listen to this program. I also had it, of course, from the Gulf War, and I was diagnosed and went through the blood testing with that. And also, Dr.
There's products out there that can get rid of that. You have to use a homeopathic product. It's brucellosis homeopathic product, and it'll eliminate it. Over a period, you take it every month for like a year. And really? It eliminates it off your body.
Can you tell what the homeopathic remedy is?
I get it from a company in England. I forget the name of it. I buy it in large amounts and I pass it out to people. You know, it's I can't remember it.
Okay.
From the name of it.
Okay,
but you can buy it. You can go on a homeopathic. A lot of homeopathic companies make it.
Okay. And also Professor Don Scott was very much involved in teaching us about the brucellosis before his unfortunate death, but he was 85 years old or something like that, and he died. But he sure did tell the world, and we've got a book about it at the Power Mall.
Well, you know, they sprayed it mostly over Canada. And they sprayed it over the United States, but they concentrated in Canada, and I have no idea why. I mean, they didn't spray it in any other country. They just did it over here. And the reason why they did that, because they wanted to make everybody sick so they could make more money. Now, I'm 63. When I was a child, nobody went to the doctor unless they broke an arm. Now everybody has a doctor. And that was what they wanted to accomplish, to make more money. It was all about making more money. That's what it was all about.
Oh, my gosh. That is incredible.
That's all it was, about making more money, making everybody sick. And see, it wasn't illegal because it wasn't a disease. It's not a disease. It's not a disease at all. So it wasn't illegal to do it.
Well, there's some concern about experimenting on people without their knowledge or consent that makes it in the illegal category, but of course not to them.
That was back in 1960. They started it, you know, and they had that product in 48.
Well, there's Title 50, Chapter 32, Section 1520 that says they cannot do that, but that didn't stop them, that's for sure. We'll be back with Wayne Blakely after this 4-minute break with the Power Hour. Stay tuned.
Hi, I'm Joyce Riley, and many of you know that for years I was a cardiovascular heart transplant nurse. Since that time, I've educated myself on the importance of preventative care. It all begins with providing your heart and vascular system with the building blocks for good health. Strauss Heart Drops is the original formula that was copied by others but never duplicated. Strauss Heart Drops were...
It's all about the truth, and unfortunately, we can't even tell you all the truth about Living Streams Probiotics. We just can't, because, well, somebody'd be going to jail, and we're not going to have that. But it is so important that you understand and read between the lines of what we're talking about here, because these probiotics are absolutely incredible. And that's why we have them at the Power Mall. We have a couple of different types of the probiotics, and we're going to talk about those. What is it, Wayne, that makes your probiotics? And by the way, you heard him say that they're being tested in an FDA lab, and we can't even tell you the results of what they find out because it is so good. But talk to me about why Living Streams probiotics are different than the Brand X or the competitor, without giving away any secrets.
Well, let me explain a little bit about the powdered probiotics out there. 60 to 80% of them in the capsule are dead, and the other ones are damaged horribly. They can even survive. And a report that I read years ago by several university studies showing that 60% of the products out there, they don't even have the correct probiotics in the bottle what's on the label. So this industry, you know, the industry out here, and I absolutely guarantee that we have what we say is on our product. I mean, that's something that I'm really a stickler about. And you can cross-contaminate. You can introduce other, pathogens and other kinds of bacteria into your processing if you're not careful with it. And that's the problem. And my products are all alive, for one thing. They're all alive. And we carry between 70 and 90 million per milliliter in our solutions. And they're full of enzymes and amino acids because it's basically an extremely powerful food, basically is what it is. That's what you can generically call it. So everything in this product the body actually uses as a food source, and your cells will just pick it up. And that's basically the difference. And the other products are powdered products. They use fillers, they use sugars, rice brand. They'll pulverize rice brand, and they'll mix it with that. And that's what keeps them. They say that's what keeps them alive, but it's amazing how it does it. I mean, it's amazing they're even alive. They centrifuge them. they take all the moisture out of them. They run them to a vacuum plumbing system, which is like a paste going through there. It's injected into a vacuum tank, a 50-pound vacuum, and they will either use 90-degree Fahrenheit temperatures or it's sub-zero, where they take all the moisture out of it. And then they have this big wheel that goes around. It knocks it off the tank, and it goes down, and they pulverize it, and then they mix it with this filler. And then they encapsulate. So it's a wonder that it's still alive. It really is.
Do they heat them?
The most they ever do is 90 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay.
That's the heat because they want to take the moisture out. If there's 50 pounds vacuum in the tanks, they have to use at least 50 pounds to get all the moisture out. They want to do a quick job of it, quick. Okay. Normally, when you took the moisture out of any manufactured product, you're going to see 26 to 28 pounds of vacuum, but they use 50 in these operations because they want to do quick.
I see.
So that's how it works. I mean, they just want it quick, and it's easy to do it, and it sells. It's just amazing to me that. Have you ever seen probiotics on a shelf that you get like 30 or 60 capsules, and it's $9.95 retail?
Sure.
So, you get what you pay for.
Yeah. Now, what is it that a person will get? Now, remember we had a lady that called into this program, and we called her Probiotic Paula from Tennessee. And she said they were life-changing to her. And she used to call in. If Paula's still listening, I would love to hear from her today.
Yeah,
because
she actually lives in Missouri.
Oh, she does?
Yes, she should. Central Missouri. Yeah.
Oh, Probiotic Paula's in Missouri. Well, that's good to know.
Right near you, by the way.
Oh, my gosh. I didn't even know this. Now, what is it? What was her story was pretty sad at the beginning. They had actually started preparing for her funeral. And she was making...
You're talking about the gal that had the mold problem. She had 7 different species of molds in her blood.
Yes.
That was I believe, her cousin down in Tennessee. You're correct on that.
Okay.
And she called in and told the story about her. I think it was her sister-in-law. I think it was. So anyway, she was on a couch dying, and she couldn't. She'd been to specialists. They couldn't do anything for her. And after a couple weeks of being on our products, she was up and around, able to drive a car, and that kind of stuff. It does help remediate the mold out of the blood. She had 7. The last I heard from her, she had 1 left, just trace amounts of Aspergillus niger spores in her blood.
Okay. We're going to be back after this. How can probiotics do it? We'll find out from our guest, Wayne Blakely. They are called Living Streams Probiotics, available at Power Mall. And tomorrow, they'll open up the phone lines. If there are those of you who want to know what's going on with his probiotics, a specific question that you have regarding his probiotics, then give us a call at 855-995-6923, 855-995-6923. If you have any question or comment for Wayne Blakely, and he'll tell you what he can tell you. And unfortunately, there's some things he can't say because they really do work. All right, while we're waiting for your phone calls to line up at the telephone bar, what is this miracle of probiotics? How does it do the incredible things that we can't tell everybody about today?
It actually is the body reacting to the food. A lot of that is, and it builds the immune system up so well that, it just gives you the strength. The hardest thing it takes for the body to produce is an antibody. And when it has to create it from scratch, like a cell is easy to reproduce because it just mitosis, it splits apart. But when it creates an antibody to fight off a disease, it takes energy, raw energy out of the body. That's why everybody's so tired all the time. Everybody in the country is tired because they have this autoimmune system disease going on, and it's constantly. And I want to tell you the name of that product. I have it right here. It's a homeopathic product for brucellosis, and it's called Helios, Helios, Homeopathy Pharmacy. And
Okay.
it's in England.
Oh, thank you.
Just go online
Thank
and look at it. Helios. Helios.
Thank you for that.
They make a quality product. They've been around for 65 years.
Okay. Helios by Homeopathic Pharmacy. Okay,
Yeah,
very
it's
good.
called, Helios Homeopathic Pharmacy is what's the name of the company.
Okay. And now...
It actually it builds the body up. I remember I said it's a food and a body ingestion. It triggers a lot of things in the body to actually fight off different infections. And it's actually the body doing it. I mean, realistically, that's what's going on. And it's just like a super powerful food. And you're not going to see that when you buy, and it's totally bioavailable to the body because it's totally digested in that solution. And as soon as the body gets it, it starts absorbing it as a nutrient.
Okay. Excellent, excellent. Now, what kinds of things, who would you recommend these probiotics for? I mean, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to know I'm not just bringing on a show on probiotics. We all know probiotics are good. We've heard it. I mean, now they're even on TV, so they have to be good if they talk about them on TV. But the reason I'm talking about this is because Living Streams probiotics are really a hit in a bottle. I mean, you get so much more than just the action on the gut. Why is it? Is it because the gut is so important in our immune system that these are so effective, or is there some other reason?
Well, 90% of our cells in our body are made up of bacterium. We're only 10% human, and that's a fact. Okay, now the cells are much, much bigger than the bacterium, but 90% of the count of our cells in our body are bacteria. We live symbiotically with these bugs. They clean your body. They help you get healthy. They clean up organs. They keep your skin. They keep you like in your hair. A lot of times you'll have bacteria in your hair to keep it clean, or parasites or things like that. We're a symbiotic being. We have to have these in us to survive. We have to have them, otherwise you would die. Mm-hmm. They digest all the food. Just for instance, in the Flora PM, the plantarum that's in the Flora PM. It will actually go into your pancreas and live in your pancreas. And new research shows that the plantarum microorganism produces all the enzymes for the pancreas. Now, the pancreas produces huge amounts of different kinds of enzymes. But yet the plantarum has been shown to produce all the enzymes for the pancreas. Now, that's fascinating because without that bug in you, the pancreas couldn't function. And everybody in this country, everybody in the world that's alive today has plantarum inside their pancreas. Okay, but my probiotics, the ones that I use, this species is extremely powerful. He's extremely active. So when you take the Flora PM, not only is the Flora PM a food for your body, but this guy will actually go into your pancreas and start setting up housekeeping there and start cleaning the pancreas. That's what they do.
Okay, so just separate for us the different types of probiotics that we carry at the Power Mall.
Okay, you have the Living Streams probiotic. That's a general probiotic. It has 15 microbes in it. And I put the predominant species on the label, and the rest of them are background microbes, actually. One of them actually will help clean out the blood veins, the plaque, and one of them likes to eat that plaque and keeps it clean. These guys travel through the whole body. They get in your tear ducts, they get in your saliva, they get in your bloodstream, your skin, everywhere. They're travelers, the ones in that. And you have the Living Mineral probiotics, which is made up of the Dead Sea minerals, totally bioavailable to the body. And those are pre-digested in a solution. So you have 80 trace minerals in there, and you have high in magnesium. And you have the probiotics in there, too. But when you feed them different foods, they do different things. Okay, they just do different things. So, and then you have the Flora PM. That's the one I mentioned, the humic mineral product that has the plantarum in it. And the plantarum, these specific humic minerals that I use on there they're the sphagnum moss in the Arctic Circle, and they have natural abilities. Just the product itself has natural abilities to kill microscopic parasites. They do that. And the only one that would grow in that solution was the plantarum because he is so tough. All the rest of the probiotics get killed when I ran my test. The plantarum was able to pre-digest that sphagnum moss. Only one. So that's what the Flora PM ties in humic minerals, and it helps support the pancreas.
All right. Now, how does a person know which one to get? For which purposes? Why would they purchase one or the other?
I always recommend starting with the Living Strength probiotic because that's the one that's like a spectrum, and it's the best one for general uses, for all kinds of general uses. And then the Living Minerals is the mineral base. That's the one you want for minerals in your body. That helps cleanse the cells because the only way you can clean a cell out from toxins and poisons is good, clean, fresh water and minerals. If you just take minerals without the water, it won't work. If you take the water without the minerals, it won't work. So you have to have those combinations. Water, I always recommend 3 quarts of water a day when they're trying to detox. All these products help you detox poison out of your body because it makes you stronger. Your body is able to release these poisons out of your body because these products make you stronger. That's the whole thing. I mean, it just makes you strong.
Well, now how much do you take?
Is that a good enough answer?
Yeah. Now, how much do you take, and how about children and pets?
Well, basically, you can start out with children the same way. Children are actually a lot cleaner than adults, so you can ramp up on that a lot quicker. You start with, I always recommend 1 drop in some water to start with a day, and increase it every 3 to 4 days. 90% of the people that take our products have just phenomenal results, and then you got 10% that are really toxic inside and they're really sick. So it takes these poisons have to come out before you can really start healing. So you take lots of water, you take more probiotics, increase them very slowly, and you can get up to, you can drink this. I have people that are drinking 3 tablespoons a day.
Wow. I'll tell you what, let me go to the callers real fast here because we got lined up callers. I apologize. Okay. Helen in Oklahoma. Helen, you're on the air. Go ahead, please, with Wayne Blakely. Good morning. Good to hear your voice.
Good to hear you every day.
Oh, you're
And I have a question. How did they test for mycoplasma and brucellosis? What kind of test?
Okay, I had a blood test, and I went to MD Anderson Cancer Center and had the blood test done for mycoplasma fermentans incognitus, and a lot of us Gulf War veterans did, and Dr. Garth Nicholson was giving those tests at the time. I believe that you still can. It's a PCR test. I believe you can still get it done, but I don't know who's doing it, though, Helen.
Just curious.
Okay.
We love you.
We love you, too. Well, thank you so much. You doing okay in Oklahoma?
Yes, and I have not had the cold or the flu since 1995.
Wow.
I don't know how because everybody around us has that awful sickness.
Bless your heart. We're thrilled for you. Well, you are such a good Power Team member. I don't know. That might have something to do with it.
It might be some products we get from you.
Yeah, and you sure do. You're such a great supporter. Thank you, Helen, for calling today.
Thank
you so very much. Do you have any other answer on the mycoplasma test where people can get it done?
All I know is that everybody in the country has it. And it depends on how strong you are. The antibodies that are manufactured to attack the body, it takes a lot. And the cells can normally reproduce quicker than the body can destroy them. So if you're strong, you have a good, strong body, mental attitude means a lot. You're not going to feel it until you get sick. Till your body, your immune system gets beat down so you can't handle it. Then the immune system will start destroying the cells. It will start destroying the skin, the organs. Depending on whichever organ is not able to reproduce itself fast enough, that's the one it's going to attack. Because it's constantly attacking your body all the time.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
That's what it is. That's what they wanted to do. So as soon as you get old, it attacks children because they're born with it, and then it attacks the older people. and you just can't bounce back.
Yeah, it's hard. It is hard. Let's go to Anna in Florida. Anna in Florida, you're on the air. Go ahead, please, with Wayne Blakely.
Thank you so very much, Joyce. I tuned in late this morning, but I tuned in with the section when the gentleman was talking about the moles. Of course, I had taken a local health food store probiotic. It made me so sick. And, of course, I am going to change from hearing his conversation this morning. But I am so interested as to which one I should take concerning moles, because you have surface moles and you got the moles that protrude. Would this help me, please?
Okay. Thank you very much for the phone call, Anna.
The Living Streams probiotic, the general probiotic, is the best, and I highly recommend when you got mold, drink lots of water, minimum 3 quarts a day. They'll help flush it out of your body. And remember, it triggers the body to release these poisons out of you. That's what it does, because it makes you stronger. See, the body will not release poisons when you're weak. It won't do it. That's the human DNA. It's designed to, when you ingest poison, it stores it in your fatty tissue, your muscles, your joints, automatic, or the liver especially. It will store it in there in an area that keeps it safe, keeps it out of your blood. Now, in animals, it doesn't have that type of DNA. You can poison a dog with poisons, but a human can eat 7 times as much that will kill a dog and just barely even get a stomachache.
Interesting.
The DNA takes it out of the body and stores it, keeps it out of the blood. That's what it does. That's why humans are very, very unique, and that's why humans have a hard time getting back from that, because the body will not release it until it's strong enough to release it, and you have to have water to flush it out.
Okay, now, can we talk about, just real quickly, because we've got callers here, real quickly, how much do you put in your pet food?
I have directions for pets. It's you start out with 2 to 5 drops in the water a day. You don't need to put it in the food. It works better in the water.
Okay.
And you work your way up to a small pet to 15 drops a day, maximum for 3 months, and then you go back to 3 or 4 drops a day.
Okay.
On a big dog, you go a maximum of 25 drops a day.
All right, very good. We wanted to talk about chicken probiotics here and use on chickens. Yeah. Let me get these callers real quick, and then we'll have a final segment to do on chickens. Alice in California, you're on the air with Wayne Blakely. Go ahead, please, Alice.
Good morning. Thank you so much for what all of you at Power Mall do.
Thank you,
I'm
Alice.
a relatively new listener, and anytime I have guests here at my home, they have to wake up in the morning and listen to you.
I like it. Hey, you know what? I even know of a dentist in Connecticut. He called the Power Hour. This dentist in Connecticut, his patients listen to the Power Hour. But then what's even better than that is they have to listen to Alex next. I don't know if I'd want dental work being done and Alex at the same time or not. I think I could take one or the other, but I thought that was kind of funny. Anyway, go ahead. Go ahead, Alice.
Okay. I have a brother who's 71, and he's in a center right now. From years of smoking cigarettes and operating one of those big giant cranes, I don't mean from operating the crane he got sick, but I guess the stress. He was smoking about 3 packs of cigarettes a day. And so now he has emphysema. Mm-hmm. We put him in the hospital twice this month. And now he's supposed to be recuperating. Is any of these things, in terms of the Living Streams probiotics, would that be good for him to get that toxin out of his system from the steroids and everything else that they gave him?
Okay, let me just ask him the question real quickly. And thank you for having your guests listen to the Power Hour. I think that's awesome. What a nice thing to do for them.
We love you.
Thank you so much, Alice. I love you, too. Thank you. All right, emphysema probiotics. Any help at all there?
It's a very tough one at 71 years old. But if you wanted to have her call back and have her call me, I can refer her to some doctors that really work in that area. That's really good. They're really good.
Okay.
Use my product.
All right, Alice, you'll have to probably call the Power Mall tomorrow at 877-817-9829, and we'll take care of that for you. People need to understand emphysema is damage that is almost irreversible, and it really takes some special treatment if you're going to reverse emphysema from too much smoking, because it's kind of like if you burned your skin, you almost cannot unburn your skin. It's that serious. All right, thank you. Let's go to Debbie in West Virginia. Debbie, you're on the air. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I have a 6-year-old grandson, and he went to the doctor 2 days ago for a sinus infection.
Oops. What happened to her? Oh, no, we lost Debbie. Call back real quickly, and we'll try to get you in. We're going to talk about chicken probiotics. Probiotics for chickens after this 3-minute break with our incredible guest, Wayne Blakely. Ladies and gentlemen, I am not kidding you when I bring this information to you. It is amazing. All right, we're talking to Wayne Blakely today. Chicken probiotics. Got to hear about what these... It's amazing what I'm hearing about these probiotics. Talk to us about using it with chickens.
Okay, it depends on if you're raising chickens or egg production. Our study, I've been working with chickens since 2007, developing a product, high mineral, high enzymatic product that just absolutely amazes me on the test. And we duplicated these tests over and over and over and over. So it's not one of these products where you try it, doesn't work this time, next time it works. One of these, it works every time with every chicken.
And how do you use it?
Okay, it just doesn't take much. For egg production, all you need is 5 drops in 5 gallons of water per day with the chickens. And that doesn't matter how many chickens you have. That's all you need is 5 drops in the water, and that'll increase your egg production. Now, we've seen layers will lay an egg less than 30 hours. Now, normally it takes 38 hours for a chicken to produce an egg. And what we found, the reason is because the metabolism of the chicken increases dramatically. Very dramatically. And at 5 drops in 5 gallons of water, that's a drop a gallon, you'll see, say, 25 chickens lay eggs on a regular basis every day. Another thing that happens is they will not molt. They won't lose their feathers. And no matter what the temperature is, they will lay eggs. If it's even 100 degrees outside and the chickens are, having a problem with the heat, they'll still lay an egg a day. The same way with molting. They don't molt. They quit molting, and they'll lay eggs. See, normally when a chicken molts, they quit laying eggs. And same way with the heat. When it gets above 95 degrees, they quit laying eggs. Well, this goes right on through, and they keep laying eggs. And also, you can keep the chicken longer, at least a year longer. And this is a big